and welcome to the 2024 Netherlands Lottery ISU World Short Track Championships. I'm Roselyne Fillon, and I will be your host for this weekend's competition. We're right here in the beautiful Ahoy Arena in the Rotterdam city in the Netherlands, where speed skating is so important, cultural. We'll have a full house today for the competition. The main event here, some of the finals, semifinals, and quarterfinals. The athletes were on the ice yesterday for a full round of preliminaries, but now it is where it counts. For today's schedule, we'll have the men and women 1,500 meters, the men and women 500 meters, and some of the relay also. So with what you're going to see on the ice, you have everything you need to know about the sport. Tactic, speed, and teamwork. That's very important to either get to the finals or on the podium, because today we will crown some world champions as well. But before we get to any of that, let's see the athletes that you're going to be able to watch today.
Take your shot. Think you're looking real hot. Bring it on. I'm the GOAT, you're not. You can be my mascot. Show me what you got. Bring it on. I saw, I conquered. My empire prospered. I slayed my monsters. So you want this? No goal too hard, no army too large. Forward I march. So you want this? Ain't nobody holding me back. Stepping up and on the attack. Got no time for counting the stacks. You say you want this?
Cool, just checking. The season started back in October in Montreal, the home of the 1976 Summer Olympics. Over the next 5 months, skaters would go around the world, with the World Cup season taking them to Beijing, our last Winter Olympics host in 2022, to Seoul in the Republic of Korea, which has become a hotbed of short track. In the new year, stops in Dresden, Germany, and Gdansk, Poland. Also along the way, 4 Continents Championships, European Championships. All that to say, it's been a long and grueling season. The off-season awaits, but first, we have the climax for the international short track season here in Rotterdam at the Rotterdam Ahoy. My name is Gavin Day. Alongside me, my analyst, Tyler Dara. Now, Tyler, it's been a long season. It's also been a long weekend already.
It has. The World Championships is the pinnacle event of the season. The coaches and the athletes, they have this circled on their calendar all year long. 10.5 months of work going in, preparation for this event, the national titles, the World Cups, they're stepping stones along the way to this weekend right here. Yesterday, we saw the big names, the heavy hitters getting through. Hannah De Smet, Susanna Schulting, Kim Gilly, and of course, Kristen Santos Griswold. On the men's side, Stephen Dubois, William Danjanu, and the big name, Park Ji-won. Speaking of big names, Ariana Fontana making her exciting return to the international stage. The 11-time Olympic medalist is back. Rosalind, you had the opportunity of giving an interview with her. Rosalind, we send it back to you.
I'm right here with Ariana Fontana, 11-time Olympic medalist. You're back at the World Championships. You skated earlier today. How does it feel to be back on that rink once again?
It was amazing. You know, the first race I was a little bit nervous. But once the gun went off, I went back to race mode, as I know, and I stay focused race by race. It was a long day, but I'm happy with the races that I've done, and I'm excited for tomorrow. I know it's gonna be packed, so I'm sure it's gonna be pretty loud, and we'll have a lot of motivation to put on the ice a great show for whoever is coming.
Full day of preliminaries, you're used to it, you have so much experience, but is it still a day that you really have to set your goals right away and stay focused all day to go through a long day like this?
You definitely have to do that because, like you said, it's a long day. So, we have to focus race by race, distance by distance. We had a pretty long time off between races. So it's like, you're warming up, get ready for the race, and you have to cool down, chill, warm up again, be ready for the next race. So you always have to like find a moment where you could just cool off, chill, and be by yourself maybe and find some alone time to just rest and then get back into race mode.
What are your goals and your hopes for this weekend?
Well, I'm just really excited to be here. Obviously, I mean, my goal is to be in the final, but I'm taking day by day, so I'm happy with today, made it through all the distances, so I'm excited for tomorrow. Again, race by race. Hopefully, I'll find myself in the final too, and then try to find my way to the podium.
Enjoy every second. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cool, just checking. The season started back in October in Montreal, the home of the 1976 Summer Olympics. Over the next 5 months,
Rotterdam, put your hands together for DJ Lafuente! Oh, what a show, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very warm welcome to the Nederlandse Loterij World Short Track ISU Championships, powered by Audino. And we only have one question. Rotterdam, ahoy! The Netherlands!
Cool, very environmentally friendly, but not typically an ice rink in this venue.
they're making it work so far. There's a look at our schedule. 1500s, semifinals, and finals still to come, and they are putting on a big show here in Rotterdam. Can barely hear ourselves think as there's that DJ. There's also been a band. It is a fun time here. They're expecting sellout crowds the next 2 days with upwards of 10,000 fans here to make this one heck of a venue. Look at our officials. They're getting ready to get set up. They've had some practice over the course of the last few days. We had qualifiers, preliminaries yesterday. There's been a repechage session. You might have been watching it this morning. And so they are all primed and ready to go, just like the athletes, certainly adding to the atmosphere here. I'm fired up, I'm jazzed, and Tyler, I'm sure you are too.
Oh, the energy's amazing. I can't wait to watch these races. We got all the biggest names going toe-to-toe this weekend. It's going to be fantastic.
Very few surprises coming out of the preliminaries. Just about all the big names got through, and it is going to create an incredible atmosphere over the next few days. And we have the 1500s starting to come. And there is a good look at the venue. They really put a lot of work into just making this a top-notch venue. The skaters will be coming out onto the ice shortly. And we already have some crowded fields, some very stacked fields. There's a look at the younger Velzeboer, pardon me, Michelle Velzeboer. There's a look at Corin Stoddard. That first heat, you're going to see the starting lineups shortly. And it's the two Americans who are paired together.
Yes, Corey Stoddard and, of course, Kristen Santos Griswold. She's going to be a big threat in this 1,500 meter. She's strong. She's got the ability to pass. It's going to be exciting to watch her race today.
We'll see her coming out. Now they are coming out onto the ice. A whole lot of orange, and each time a Dutch skater is about to race, we're being told there is a DJ here, the announcer here, giving an orange alert whenever one of their own, and they've already had lots to cheer for. And it is, in fact, the two Americans leading out on the ice. But there's a look at the lineup. Renee Steenge of Canada, Michelle Velzeboer of the Netherlands, Nakashima Mide of Japan, Corin Stoddard of the United States, Kamila Stormovska of Poland, Kristen Santos Griswold, and Hyo Jin Kim. Santos Griswold for the second time. There she is right there. A runner-up in the overall short track standings. It was Kim Gilly, one we'll see later on, the immensely talented Kim Gilly. going to let that soak in. Michelle Velzeboer getting a warm ovation. And so every time we've had preliminaries here, whenever a Dutch skater has crossed the line, they sort of milk in that moment. And I am sure we can't blame them, Tyler.
No, not at all. When you're in front of that hometown crowd, you just feed off that energy. You take it in. It gives you a little added kick in your step.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's already an immensely talented heat alone with the aforementioned Americans, Renee Steensch, the ever powerful Canadian sides. There's Nakashima Mire, the 20-year-old from Japan, her first year at the senior level. And it's already pretty quick pace. We often see these skaters go off to almost a walking start.
That's right. When you got this level of talent in these races, they're not taking any chances. That's a long way to move up from the back. You don't want to be stuck back in 6th or 7th place. You want to be positioned near the front. There we see Corey Stoddard making a move right to the front.
From Seattle, Washington, the Pacific Northwest, there are 3 heats in this women's 1500. The first and second place skaters from each race, and a maximum of 1 third-place skater will qualify for the A final. We say maximum because there is always the possibility for advancements if there's anyone penalized, and as we always like to point out, anything can happen in short track. And at the moment, it's Renee Steensch, the Canadian. Most of that Canadian program are Quebec-based athletes, but Steensch, a rare one to come out of Ontario.
Let's keep an eye on Santos here. We're going to be coming up on 7 laps to go. I expect we're going to see a move from her to the front pretty soon here.
And coming up from the back, it's Kamila Stormowska of Poland still at the moment. The 22-year-old Stoddard holding off the field at Steensch. But here comes Santos Griswold, the woman from Fairfield, Connecticut, 29 years old.
Just like that.
At the front, as Tyler predicted, coming up to see 5 laps to go. Santos Griswold once thought about stepping away from the sport, but then found her form and is now leading. And down goes Michelle Velzeboer.
Nice inside move we have from Steensch there, positioning herself well in third.
And the Dutch fans were just getting into it, seeing Velzeboer making the move, and it looked like it was self-inflicted. You'll notice on the screen, if it's your first time watching, there will be a little yellow card in the corner if something's being investigated. We don't see that just yet, and it's 2 laps to go, and it's Santos Griswold in control. Stoddard right behind her, shaping this up for a potential 1-2 U.S. finish in the 1,500-meter final. And Steensch is losing contact, and it will be USA all the way into the A final.
Santos skated that beautifully. She took no risks. She moved to the front. She controlled the pace. She controlled the race, making it an easy advancement to the final. Well skated.
You were looking at some of their times yesterday, and someone like the likes of Santos Griswold was throwing down some pretty quick times and not looking too perturbed doing. She was looking very comfortable. There's the incident, actually. Sorry, well. There's the incident. Sorry, you were saying.
Unfortunate fall from Velzeboer there, but Steensch had a nice little move.
And there is a look at the result. No one penalized, no one advanced. So it's Santos Griswold, Corin Stoddard. Renee Steensch, at the moment, you see the clock next to her name. She now sits and waits to see if that 3rd place time hold up. So a bit of 2 races within a race. First of all, there's the head-to-head, and then there's the race with everyone in the other race.
That's right. And you know, if you're going to be on the outside, looking for that time advancement is really important. You got to get that 3rd position. You never know what will happen in the next race, and that might be what it takes to get you through to the A final.
This second heat has a couple of the returning greats, and you see position 1, Susanna Schulting. She'll stand out in her bright orange helmet. There she is, coming back after taking most of the season off, training on her own, coming back the last couple World Cups in Europe, priming herself for this moment. She is the defending 1,500-meter champion. A look at Hannah Desmet, another elite athlete, one we've seen regularly on the World Cup podium this year. There's also Zhang Yizhe of China, Maya Dora Somodi of Hungary, Rebecca Shilice-Nemeth. There's Shim Soo-ki. And the also returning, you've seen her interviewed already, Ariana Fontana. And so take your pick in this heat.
This is a stacked semifinal if I've seen one. Shim Soo-ki, two-time Olympic gold medalist in this distance. Hannah DeSmet won 1,500 meters on the World Cup circuit. It's going to be fun to watch.
Position 2. Go to the start. Ready.
The interesting fact about that first heat is that the two Americans qualified. They were both in the 1,500 meter final a year ago at the World Championships in Seoul. And so if the likes of Schulting and DeSmet also qualified, it's shaping up almost for a complete rematch. It won't be a complete rematch, but a lot of familiar names, a lot of elite names.
Fontana taking it nice and relaxed in the back. That's one strategy you may see skaters take, is sitting in the back, biding their time, saving their energy, looking for a big move at the finish.
Fontana, two-time back-to-back defending 500-meter Olympic champion.
I like the quick move from Fontana. You want to move to the front when the pace is slow. That's the best time to pass.
That is trying to pick out which it is. Rebecca Shilice-Nemeth of Hungary. Two Hungarian skaters. Coming around the outside is Mayadora Somodi. She's 19. She just turned 19 in October. And it's the Hungarian skaters slotting in 1-2. But watch the fans, hear the fans rise each time that woman in the orange helmet makes a move. But out the outside now, it is Shim Soo-ki taking pole position.
Great outside pass. You want to make those quick. You don't want to get trapped on the outside. You want to get right to the front.
And there goes Schulting, but it's really congested now. Ariana Fontana trying to go around the outside. Hannah DeSmet right in her slipstream. DeSmet does like to make the late moves, but there she goes with 4 laps to go. And it's DeSmet and Shim and Fontana and Schulting. Oh my.
Three laps to go. That's when we look to move. Here goes Schulting.
Schulting trying to go around the outside. Fontana putting up a block behind that. Some great defensive skating by Ariana Fontana. Down goes Schulting. And it's DeSmet and Shim and Fontana now. And alongside Schulting, it was Shilice-Nemeth, but we'll still watch the race to the finish. DeSmet now staying in charge, staying above the danger. And she will take this semifinal. Shim Soo-ki second, Ariana Fontana third.
Clean race by DeSmet, getting out front, taking control, getting out of the trouble when those moves are happening at higher speeds. There's battling in back. The second, the third, the fourth positions, they're trying to move up. But when you're out front and you're controlling it, there's a lot of action and bumping, slowing each other down behind you.
And it's almost like as if that slow start in this race adds to that tension later on where a skater might be a little more jumpy. There's a look at the replay. And I'm not sure, well, we'll see. The referees are, the officials are, of course, looking at it.
Lots of action on this turn. Chinese skater on the inside.
And they are looking at potentially Zhang, is what the investigation is saying. DeSmet in her specialty, the 1500. Moving on. Potential heartbreak. We'll see what happens here.
So reviewing a possible penalty here. China
looking
on
like it's
Hungary,
both of
Hungary
them.
on China.
Both are being looked at for possible infractions. Of course, we let the officials make the call. And you at home can watch the replays and be the judge. But they're looking at possibly advancing a skater.
It was certainly a late move into that corner. 3 wide together, another look at it.
And it looks like Schulting was just in the unfortunate spot, caught up in the incident. Zhang Yizhe, Rebecca Shilice-Nemeth, and then Schulting trying to go on the outside. We will see. Looks like they may be punching in some results. Schulting doesn't seem to be bothered. Focusing on what's next for her. She has a busy weekend. They all do. We've seen some of these skaters in action. There is the information. And Schulting is advanced into the B final. Zhang Yizhe is penalized. And so it's Desmet and Shim moving on. Fontana and Somodi going to the B final. So interesting, Schulting advanced to the B final.
Yes, she wasn't in an A final position, sitting there in fourth at that moment, so wouldn't put her all the way to the A. But that means Steen gets through to the A final. The times were very close between Fontana and Steen for that third place advancement.
For the moment, there is one more heat.
One more to go, that's right.
And it is only one spot. And here is the third heat. The skaters are out on the ice, and it has the reigning Crystal Globe winner, the immensely talented 19-year-old Kim Gilly. There she is. Also in the heat, Gong Li of China, Ariana Siegel, two Canadians, Danae Blais and Courtney Sarrault, Chloé Olivier of France, and Gloria Ioriati of Italy.
Go to the start. Red.
And we were just talking yesterday, something about 19-year-olds really taking control. You look over at the traditional long track, and Jordan Stolz, the American, just rewriting the history books, and Kim Gilly coming into the frame and winning a Crystal Globe.
Yes, that's right. And this is her first senior world championships. It'll be exciting to see what she can do here today.
And Gilly, this is one of the few things missing from her trophy cabinet. Gilly, no world's medals to her career. I'll add, yet. And it's Sarrault, the Canadian at the front, who admitted she's not had her best season by her standards. Was talking here, she's focusing on just enjoying the skating more, having a bit more fun. And there is Kim, smoothly, oh so effortlessly, slotting right up into second and just picking that spot to settle into.
Choosing to race from second position, that's a common strategy that we see. Let the lead skater do the work, but you're in a great position to make a move when you need to the front.
Sarrault, born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, her father a hockey player.
Kim Gilly, an expert at the outside pass. I wouldn't be surprised if we see one coming up in the next few laps.
What do you think when does it look like she's shaping up for a pass? What should we look for when that
happens? We're going to watch her track pattern shift. She'll probably enter wider, look for one or two crossovers onto the entry to build up that speed and skate right to the turn to shoot by on the outside. I think here we go.
And here she comes. And it's Kim all the way around into first. Nice bit of appreciation from the fans here in Rotterdam, and quickly trying to follow in her wake is Gong Li. And it is still Kim in front. Gong Li, silver and a bronze in World Cup 1500s this season. So certainly experienced to get on the podium here as well. It's Sarrault up into third with a gap to close. They are going to come up to the bell. It's Kim in control. Gong Li just sitting nicely in her slipstream. I think she's going to be happy with that. Sarrault with work to do. And she's going to run out of time, and we'll check the third place time. It's Kim Gilly. Little fist pump from her. And Gong Li looking like she'll get the automatic spot. I don't see anything being investigated after the finish line, though. Sarrault goes down, but he's going backwards, but is okay.
Kim Gilly, once she takes the lead there, just progressing the lap times, lap over lap, making it increasingly more difficult for skaters to follow and make a move. Let's pay attention to the times here as well, looking for that time advancement spot, barring no advancements to the A final.
It is Sarrault with a 2:25.40, and that might be enough by about 15 hundredths. And there you have it, Sarrault with the third place qualifying spot there with that the fastest third place time. So Kim, Gong, Sarrault all going through. And we are going to quickly turn around to that 1,500 meter final in just a quick little bit of time. But The men are already out on the ice, and just some more stacked heats to come as well with the men's 1500, including first out on the ice. And we've seen a few times going to World Cup victories this season, Canada's William Dongeneau. And there are the qualifiers for the A and B finals, respectively. And already out on the ice. Start list for Heat 1. Kim Gun-woo of Korea, who does have a 1,500 meter World Cup victory this season. Canadian William Dongeneau really bursting out this year. Sun Long of China, Tobias Wolf of Austria, Hwang Dae-han of Korea, Pietro Siegel of Italy, Itzhak Dalat, Hayashi Kosei of Japan, and Tarek Omeragic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Plenty of names to look for. Try to handicap that one.
Well, with 9 skaters in the race, you do not want to find yourself stuck at the back when the speed picks up. That's just too much distance, too many skaters to overcome with a few laps to go. So we're going to see a lot of battling for that lead position.
Dalat with the metallically designed helmet. He does that himself. Looks like it's a tiara on the front, and we were wondering if Schulting's helmet is also a design, because she also had the metallic look. Nine skaters on the start line. How often do you see it this full?
Not too often. This is a full race for sure. William Dongeneau, certainly one to watch here. Tremendous season in the 1500. He's got the strength, he's got the endurance, he's got the stamina, the speed. I expect we're going to see him at the front with about 6 laps to go or so to try to fend everybody off.
Just some shift as he sees the skaters come out the outside. He did kind of shift out to try to block them a little bit. We are already off to the races here. It's Itzhak Dalat in front. Dongeneau, 3 World Cup wins in the 1500. He is the overall World Cup winner as well. Just a breakout season for him. Started winning the national championships for the first time. And he, sensing some danger, smartly moves back to the front.
Kim Gun-woo looking on the outside. He's a fantastic passer. He's got to try to get back in. We don't get trapped on the outside. There we have it.
Nice. It's just a log jam of skaters here. And everybody's trying to get to the front because there's always that danger you get boxed in, can't make a move.
That's right.
Now the tempo
Dongeneau
really up
in his
here.
office out front.
He's made that trademark celebration when he won World Cup wins, flapping his wings, taking off. And it is Hwang Dae-han on the front. All kinds of jockeying behind him. Sun Long trying to keep his presence at the front. Dongeneau picking up the tempo again. First and second place skaters advance, and then again, only possibly 1 third place skater.
A lot of jostling for position here in second.
It is still Hwang. And here comes Kim. Coming up to 2 laps to go. Cat really amongst the pigeons now. So many guys clamoring for that position. Siegel, a name we haven't said all race, but always one to watch. Siegel trying to find an opening. There's nothing there. Dongeneau there. Down goes several skaters. And it's Hwang and Siegel potentially getting through, but there's the yellow card in the corner, and we will wait and see. We're just talking about trying to find that opening. The danger ramping up as you get to the end.
A lot of action in that race. Hwang Dae-han skated that so well, controlling from the front, asserting himself in that lead position.
And we will take a look at this one. Once again, this is right up at the end.
Yeah.
And Siegel
Pietro
right
Siegel.
up behind Sun. There's a bump. Down goes Sun. Dongeneau goes down.
Those 4 skaters going in together. Kim Gun-woo on the outside.
And so the investigation we see is this incident coming up with Siegel and Sun. Right there, that bump, that is what's getting looked at. There was a second incident. I'm not sure if it was related or not, Hwang Dae-han and Dongjanu. So the results are always unofficial until they're official, and so another
reviewing
race
that late pass by Siegel.
Is Itzhak Dalat.
What the referees are going to be looking for is body position there. How were they relative to each other entering that corner? Who had the lead position?
Siegel, who is the defending 500-meter world champion, has had some mixed results so far this weekend. And it's just like a game of dominoes there at the end. Siegel goes into Sun, Dongjanu, Hwang, all going down, but Kim Gunwoo, credit to him, he must have felt something behind him in that corner.
Yes.
So we watch and we wait. And there is also being investigated a potential yellow card incident as well for dangerous behavior. Of course, we don't want to, we won't say confirm anything just yet. It's just what's being looked at in that collision between Dongjanu and Hwang. Already announcing the next heat. And it does have a Dutch skater. It's a very international crowd here in Rotterdam. Plenty of flags from all over. Of course, it's a quick access for people from so many European countries here. Donjanu's move under investigation is also for a potential late pass.
As expected, though, with 9 skaters, a lot of battling.
Small ice, so many skaters and so many guys trying desperately to make that last-ditch move to get in the top 2 spots or that 3rd place timing spot. You can almost sense it coming when you see 9 skaters on the line, and guess what? The next heat has 8 skaters. So this is just getting started. The last heat also has 8 skaters. This one is a particularly long delay given the stakes and a couple of incidents in one corner to look at.
It's a lot to review.
This is where they earn the big bucks. There is Dongjanu and Sun. I think Sun is, at least what being investigated for, is just the victim of the incident with Siegel. But we will just await the official word. We'll just jump ahead to the next heat. There we do have some information. Hwang Dae-han advanced. Hayashi Kosei of Japan advancing. And 2 penalized skaters, Pietro Siegel of Italy and William Dongjanu of Canada. So Itzhak Dalat will go to the B final. Sun Long of China advanced to the A final. And Tobias Wolf of Austria also in the B final. Kim advanced to the B final. As you mentioned, he was not in an automatic qualifying position. And here it is, the ruling. End of the straight illegal pass by Pietro Sigal.
So a very late entry, kind of diving up the inside, so to speak, and making that contact on Sun Long.
And this is the other one. Inside skater failure to give way. William Dongenou. And so there we go. That is all settled. We have one advancement that takes away the third place option now. And now it's just a straight up race. There is heat number 2, Andrew Hyo of the United States, Jens van het Wout of the Netherlands, Park Ji-won wearing helmet number 1 from Korea, Zdeněk Sejbal of the Czech Republic of Czechia, Steven Dubois and Pascal Dion, the 2 Canadian veterans, Watanabe Keita of Japan and Felix Pigeon of Poland.
Go to the start.
And might be the opposite kind of start here with the third place time already thrown out the window. It's just now top 2 finishers. And it's just worrying about the other races in the heat. Not going to make it any less hectic at the end with 8 skaters, I would imagine.
No, not much difference with 8 from 9. But we got 2 heavy hitters here with Park Ji-won and Steven Dubois.
And there is already some movement. It is Dion at the front. But look out, just lurking, watching, waiting, the man who won the Crystal Globe for the 2nd straight year, letting some of the action unfold in front of him, but watch out, here goes Park Ji-won. Easy, isn't it?
That it is. He makes it look easy. It certainly is not as easy as he makes it look, that's for sure. But he loves to skate from the front, Park Ji-won. He has the strength and his confidence of skating and taking it from the lead, which is hard to do because you're breaking the air, allowing the skaters behind you to draft, so they're in easier position following. Here we see Pascal Dion. He's been having a fantastic weekend, looking really strong. Yesterday, this fall, he was doing an internship for work, and he's kind of come back the second half of the season, so it's great to see him in form.
And the Canadian team had a very strong year on the men's side. They had a couple of skaters right near the top of the Crystal Globe standings. Steven Dubois, William Dongenou, and Felix Roussel were all in the top 5. Roussel has crashed and had an incident earlier this week and will not compete, but it's been a very good year, particularly for the Canadian men. But right now, Park in control.
Let's watch for Steven Dubois here. He's sitting in 5th. He's got some work to do to get to the front, but he has the speed and the passing capability.
Van het Wout, the 22-year-old, into 2nd. Park staying at the front. They are coming up. Inside 2 laps to go. Here comes Dubois. A little bit of a bump with Pigeon. Dubois coming around the outside. Here comes Steven Dubois. It is still Park in front. Van het Wout in 2nd. Steven Dubois up into 3rd. He's going to push it to the line. The 2 Canadians slips and not enough. And Park Ji-won moves on, and to the home fans' adulation, it looks like Jens van het Wout will join him.
Steven Dubois looking for that late outside pass, lost his footing on the exit, not getting to the line in that qualifying position. Park Ji-won just skated that like he always does, controlling the speed, like we've said before, progressing the pace from the front. Gonna get a review.
Just a beautiful look at the shove, those skates on the angle on the ice, and those little grips that are only on one of the gloves, Tyler.
Steven Dubois looking for that outside slip at the finish. He was carrying some good speed, but Jens van het Wout holding him off.
And confirmation, Park Ji-won and Jens van het Wout of the Netherlands moving on. Dubois, Dion to the B final, and Watanabe Keita. We'll wait to see if his time holds up. Still one more heat to go. And there's the start list. Luca Speckenhauser of Italy, Friso Emmons of the Netherlands, Oleg Hande of Ukraine, Brendan Corey of Australia, Robert Kruzbergs of Latvia, Yerka Bulan Shamukanov of Kazakhstan, Niall Tracy of Great Britain, and Sébastien Lepape, a French veteran from Montpellier up in northern France. There is Speckenhauser He has been on the podium this season on an individual race. Speckenhauser, a silver medal in the 1,000 way back in Montreal. That was in October.
Go to the start. No, that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go to the start. Ready.
Emmons. He finished third in the World Cup classification in this distance last season. A regular on the relay, both mixed and men's, and he's off at the front right now. But Oleg Hande is a name that we were impressed with yesterday.
Yeah, he's having a great weekend thus far, going right to the front, taking charge of this race.
And it is Niall Tracy from Great Britain. The program has had some success internationally over the years. Not too much in the way of international success lately, but the likes of Elise Christie over the years has provided some success for them. Niall Tracy, one of the youngsters, he is just 23 years old, lives in Nottingham.
Niall Tracy controlling the race well from the front, adjusting his track, keeping other skaters behind him.
Tracy already in Olympics under his belt. Of course, all these skaters aiming for 2026 and the Olympics in Milan.
The Italian Luca Speckenhauser, he can pass, he can make moves, never gives up.
And it's Emmons trying to take a look, deciding to bide his time. Inside 6 laps to go. Now he goes. Snuck in there up the inside. But they are queuing up behind him. It's Hyundai. That looked pretty easy up the inside. Is that opportunistic? Saw the opening, just figures let's go for it.
Yeah, but he had it well positioned, well set up to go. Well played.
Oleg Hyundai.
Nice quick inside pass back by Emmons. He wants to own that lead. Let's watch for Speckenhauser now. Picking some skaters off from 5th to 4th.
The Azzurri bullet coming out from 4th place. Down goes Tracy. It's Emmons at the moment, and Brendan Corey at the bell. Emmons holding them off. Speckenhauser now makes his move. He tries to hit all the way to the front. Speckenhauser, Emmons, Corey who takes it. Speckenhauser across the line. Did he have control?
He looked like he had enough control going across the line. He skated those last 2 laps perfectly. You watch him set up on the outside. He moves outside on the track. He's getting his speed on the outside, continuing his crossovers, not pivoting, not decelerating, keeping that speed high. He sat in the pack the whole race, conserving energy, waiting to make that move for the finish. Well played by Speckenhauser.
And we're going to look back at this Oleg Hyundai. Had another pretty good skate from him. Brendan Corey, the Canadian-born Aussie.
Speckenhauser on the outside here, building that speed up. Nice long exit, gets around Corey, keeps that feet moving.
And there is an investigation. It does possible kicking out at the finish is the ruling. And can you explain that rule?
So when you're going across the line, you want to keep your blade in contact with the ice. You want to be kicking off the ice too much. I don't know if Speckenhauser's toe was up high enough to warrant that, but we will see what the officials have to say here.
They are taking a look is all we know, and it looks like there is nothing doing. Speckenhauser I have listed as going to the A final, as well as Brendan Corey. Nice little bit for him. The 29-year-old, or 29th ranked skater in the world, Brendan Corey, going to the A final, and then Friso Emmons and Sébastien Lepape off to the B final.
Great skate from Corey there.
And we should note Roberts Krusbergs did not start. He was injured yesterday in a crash. We didn't see him take part in the 500 meters.
Yeah, we saw there was a bit of a contact in one of his 500s there. It looked like it might have been an ankle issue. He was getting checked out by his team after his race.
And that puts a book on this, or closes the book on this part of the 1500. But these skaters are going to be back really quickly. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back for the 1500 meter finals.
Courtney Sarah, I feel like this race
I mean, I knew that we were third race, 3 advancing, and play the game. So I just led the front my legs, but all glory. Got to get the job done. And not just like a John type of thing. So yeah.
and good luck for the
half of the field could be in the final, so I tried it cool and just be dominant front. So was able to
Going into Olympic year, I was pretty positive that it was going to be my last year of skating. And then I kind of had this like breakout season where I was performing better than I ever had. And so I think that kind of slowly started changing in my head that like maybe I will keep going. Then the Olympics happened and I did not get the results that I had hoped for, dreamed of, all of that. The sport can be a little bit unforgiving in a sense and unpredictable, and I think that that's a really hard thing mentally to handle with it. I really struggled with mentally with this concept of like, I can go another 4 years and I can train right, I can eat right, I can do everything right, and the exact same thing can happen. In 4 years, if that happens again, would this have all been worth it still? And ultimately, I just felt like I had like a lot of unfinished business in the sport. I felt like if I stopped, I was going to be like throwing away a lot of hard work that I'd put into it. And I also was like, I enjoy it. So like at the end of the day, regardless of the result, like I'm having fun along the way. So that's really what my focus has kind of changed. Yeah, do I just toss that? If you could not be in speed skating, what job would you do? Well, currently I am in school for physical therapy, which I think partially is because of speed skating. Like I've worked so closely with physical therapists throughout my career and they've helped me so much. Biggest inspiration. So I think for me, my biggest inspiration at the moment is actually my niece. She just began speed skating and like loves going to practice and like talking about me and saying like her auntie Kristen is an Olympian and all that. And I just realized how like impressionable little kids can be. And so I just really want to be a good role model for them and show that like hard work, regardless of what age you do it at, what time frame you do it at, what order you do it in, like can always work out. I think especially with like the Olympics, you get so, or at least I did, got so hyper-focused on like, that's it, that's everything. But then like, that goes by in a blink of an eye. Like it was so quick, and then it's just like, the 4 years before it were a little bit like this blur because that's all I could think about every day. It was like, how am I gonna be ready for the Olympics, rather than like, just living in the moment and enjoying every step of it.
If you had to give an advice to a younger you, what would it be?
okay. The advice that I would give to younger me is to stop caring what everyone thinks, do what I want to do, and enjoy every moment of it. Boom.
How amazing is this ambience here at the Ahoy Arena, right in between the races? Tyler, Gavin, the semifinals for men and women were just incredible. What are your thoughts on it? Well, I had the chance to talk with some athletes right after the semifinals. They said that the semifinal really felt like a final, but they didn't seem worried at all going in to the finals a little bit later in a couple of minutes, which was incredible, was that it didn't worry at all. The legs might feel a bit tired, but they were all okay. But I think you guys chose two athletes to watch going into the final. Which one are they?
Yeah, Kristen Santos, Brisbane, and Kim Gilly. They've been doing it all season long. They've been going toe-to-toe. They've been battling. They both had dominant performances in their semifinals. I think we can expect more of that today. Kristen Santos, both of them, and Kim Gilly, so capable of passing, so strong from the lead. It's going to be really fun to watch that shake out. Who's going to go for that early position in the front? Who's going to be trying to make that last-ditch effort to pass to the lead? It's going to be a fun show to see.
And now we've also got the men's 1500-meter final coming up. The overall 1500-meter World Cup champion is not here. You saw that William Dongenou being penalized, not going to be in the final, but the man who wears the #1 helmet, Park, is going to be there.
Consistency is key with Park Ji-won. He does it time and time again, and he showed it today, taking charge of his race early, not letting go of that lead and commanding it right to the finish. I think we'd expect to see some more of that in the final. He's so strong, he's got the confidence right now. It's going to be an exciting finish for him today in that 1500 meter.
Of course, we are going to have the B finals as well, but we are literally moments away from handing out the first hardware of the weekend here at the ISU World Short Track Speed Skating Championships. Just
Take me
Moments away from the B and then the A final for the women's 1,500 meters. And already, we've only had a handful of races, already plenty to talk about.
Yeah, very exciting first round. Seeing the big names, Kim Gilly, Kristen Santon-Griswold go through. Anna de Smet's going to be throwing her out in the ring. She's been a contender all season long. I believe she had 3 World Cup gold medals in the 1,500, so let's watch for her too.
And the likes of Susanne Schulting, a surprise. She will be in the B final.
Yeah, certainly some disappointment for Susanne Schulting. She's reigning 1,500-meter world champion, but she did have a break off this fall and was really just coming back the last few weeks, last few months. So disappointment for her for sure. She's a fighter, she's a competitor. She wanted to be there.
And any race I imagine you're entered in, especially at home, doesn't matter if it's A or B, you want to go win.
Absolutely.
And as well, a lot of repeat performances from a year ago. You mentioned some of those names. A lot of these names we saw in the 1500 meter final last year. The likes of Hannah Desmet, Kim Gilly, and the two Americans, Kristen Santos Griswold and Corin Stoddard. Let's get ready for the B final. Something to add for this women's 1500 meter B final. There is going to be a skater added to it. You see it is a full field. You have the two skaters from Hungary, and that's who's being added. We will have both Mayadora Somodi and Rebecca Shilice-Nemeth. And it was Shilice-Nemeth who was advanced to the B final. That was after the fact. And so it will be another busy 1500 meter race, perhaps without the intensity of an A final, you would think, but these are competitive skaters.
You would think. They still want to win, and for some of these countries, there could be funding on the line for them, so their finishing position, they can still be top 10 here, and that could make a difference for their funding going forward. So that's something that might be in some of their minds.
And 3 Italian skaters, they have a number of dates marked in their calendars in 2026, and we will let them be introduced.
Women's 1500 meter B final. First starting position for helmet number 30, representing Italy, Italia, Ariana Siegel. Second starting position for helmet number 44, also representing Italy, Italia, European champion Gloria Ioriatti. Helmet number 21 is on position number 3, representing Canada, Renee Stinge. Four starting position for helmet number 131, one of the living legends of short track skating, representing Italy, two-time Olympic champion Ariana Fontana. Fifth starting position for helmet number 54, representing Hungary, Somodi Mayadora. Sixth starting position for helmet number 27, representing Poland, Polska, Kamila Stormowska. The seventh starting position for helmet number 47, representing also Hungary, Magyarország, Szilice-Nemeth, Rebecca.
And just as we were talking about Suzanne Schulting, she is listed as a do not start, and so there is a change there, but it's quite the blue wall you've got there on the inside. A whole lot of azzurri representing Italy, of course, led by the great Ariana Fontana. And this early start, let's just say it's a cagey affair. I think it's going to be a tactical one.
Yeah, a little bit of strategy here. Nobody wanted to take the lead too early, wanted to save their legs a little bit. Lots more racing today as well.
Still have 500 meters and relays to come, and we sort of talked about it in the opening. They've had a busy weekend already. They went through a whole day of qualifiers, all the relays, 1500s, 1000s, and 500s yesterday, and so recovery is at a premium, and so looks like that at the moment they're keeping their matches unburned.
You do want to stay on your toes, though. There's an easy opportunity to move to the front here when it's nice and slow. The best time to pass is when the pace is slow. We typically see that at the start of the race, and then a skater's fatigue at the end.
It is Kamila Stormowska of Poland sitting at the front right now. She is 23, lives in Gdansk, where we, of course, had the European Championships and a World Cup stop this year. I've seen images, would love to go one day. It's a beautiful city, I'm told. And she has had international success in the 500 meters. In particular, she has a couple World Cup medals, a couple bronze medals. And she has slipped now down to third as Maya Dora Somodi takes the lead. 19 years old, just turned 19 in October, and already it's a final. It's a B final to World Championships, but imagine what's going into her memory banks for the future.
Let's keep an eye on Ariana Fontana. She's still getting her race legs back, getting her mindset back. I'm certain of it.
And I'm sure no amount of training can prepare you for this kind of stage.
That's right. You can train, but it's just not the same intensity.
And at the front, it is Somodi leading the way. Ariana Siegel of Italy.
With that slow start, expect a fast finish.
And here it comes, just getting wound up. And they are about to be released, lining up, queuing up behind the youngster.
Fontana setting her track up there on the outside, trying to build some speed.
And here she goes. Got a lot of skaters to get around. That cost her a lot of speed there. It's just a log jam now. And there is the move, attempted move. That's some great defensive skating by Somodi. Can only hold it off for so long, and now it's two Italians in front. It is Siegel and Ioriatti, and it is going to be Gloria Ioriatti taking the B final. Ariana Siegel in second, and from the looks of things, Shilice Nemeth and Kino Stormovska in a photo for third.
Nice finish by Siegel there, sister of Pietro Siegel. Taking advantage of a little bumping happening there.
And for so long, Somodi held off the advancing horde until it looks like a flanking maneuver by the Italians, both picking a side and going around.
But when the pace starts so slow like that, you know it's going to finish quick.
And it is the blue of Italy.
That's official. There it is. It's official. Number 8 of the world in the 1500 meters. Gloria Ioriatti. Ariana Siegel is our number 2.
That Italian team, a lot of youth there. Ioriatti.
That means numbers 8, 9,
Getting a lot of confidence to be gained from that. And with the A final coming up, get ready for a bit of a show.
Championships 2024.
And there are the results. Ioriatti, Siegel, and Shilice Nemeth. And the A final coming up. And I imagine they will dim the lights and get us ready to go. There is the lineup, and we will have them introduced.
Here we go, final A, 1500 meters women. On first starting position is helmet number 4, representing Korea, Golden Globe winner, Kim Gilly. Second starting position for helmet number 3, representing Belgium, is Van de Smet. starting position, it's helmet number 5, representing the United States of America, it's Kristen Santos Griswold. On fourth starting position, it's helmet number 22, representing Zhongguo, China, Gong Li. Fifth starting position is for helmet number 10, representing the United States of America, it's Corinne Stoddard. On the sixth starting position, it's helmet number 6, representing Daehanmingu, Korea. It's two-time Olympic champion, Shim Seok-hee. Seventh starting position, it's helmet number 2, representing Canada, Courtney Sacco.
How's that to fire you up? There's the start list. And you just look at the world rankings, Tyler, and this is about as stacked a field as you can get. 1 through 6 in the world rankings are here.
Yeah, they've done it all season long on the 1500 meter World Cups. They're all back together here for the World Championship final.
They're very familiar with each other, but now it's on one of the biggest stages in the sport.
Go to the start.
13.5 laps underway. No more worries about advancing third place time, second place time. It is a flat out race to become world champion. And at the moment, it's the woman who some had talked about a possible Crystal Globe challenge this year, Courtney Sarrault, the Canadian, did materialize, but how would this do to end her season with a bang?
There's going to be a lot of controlling your nerves here. You don't want to go too early.
A lot of talk about Kristen Santos Griswold, but Corinne Stoddard was in the 1500 meter final for World Championships last year as well.
You know, Kim Gilly and Kristen Santos Griswold keeping a tight eye on each other. They got to know where they are each other in the pack, being ready.
But amazing thing about this field, watch one skater, but any number of them can pull off a surprise. Anna Desmet, of course, has an Olympic medal as well. Santos Griswold had one 1500 meter World Cup win.
Santos looking for a quick move to the front on the outside.
And she moves in front. Closely followed.
Some bumping between Shim Seok-hee and Stoddard there.
It's Desmet making the move. She's done training a lot of her life in the Netherlands. Based out of that facility in Heerenveen. Drawing plenty of support. It's Kim Gilly now. Just changing of positions. Kristen Santos Griswold takes another turn.
This is the showdown we've been waiting for. Kristen Santos taking the lead here. Kim Gilly right behind her, Hannah DeSmit. These are the top three women this year.
Maybe a tiny bit of a gap opening with 3 to go.
Great inside pass by DeSmit.
Now, down to 2. Santos Griswold in charge. DeSmet does like to make late moves. Watch out for Kim Gilly as well. She might pull in one late. A little bit of a wobble. Santos Griswold still in charge. DeSmet trying to make a move. Kim Gilly sneaks up the inside. Kim brings it around to the line. Kim is world champion.
We're crowned a new world champion at 1500 meter. You got to be opportunistic. You got to look for those openings. Hannah DeSmet setting up that late inside pass. She slipped on the exit, but she committed to it, went for it anyway. Incredibly tight entry there with Kristen Santos. Those two losing their Gilly up the inside.
Savvy move from the 19-year-old, a skater beyond her years.
Got to wait for the official announcement here.
There is, you might have seen that little yellow card in the corner. And that move by DeSmet is being investigated.
When you're Kim Gilly in that situation, following, you're keeping a close eye on what your competitors are doing in front of you. She saw DeSmet going for it.
That move, though, it's an opportunistic move. Might another skater have maybe decided not to go?
Well, I don't know if another skater necessarily would have had the explosive power to make that move at that speed that late in the race. We often forget how much effort goes into a 1500. Your legs are burning, your legs are heavy, your lungs want to explode.
Penalty number 3.
Hug from brother Stan, longtime training partners. And there is Hannah DeSmet penalized. That means Kim Gilly, gold medal, silver and bronze to the United States. Kristen Griswold, Santos Griswold, pardon me, Fairfield, Connecticut, silver. Corin Stoddard, Seattle, Washington, wins a bronze medal. And there is your champion, 19. You have to feel it could be the first of many, not only in her career, but this weekend.
Unbelievable, 19 years old. And huge for the Americans, second and third. I think those are their first World Championship medals there for both skaters.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's
There is a look at the move.
men's 1500 meter final.
Great effort by Santos to hold on to that. She was on an edge, tired legs at the end of the race.
Position number 8 in the final standings of the 1500 meter men.
And we will get set up, quickly turned around for the men's B final and the big final as well. And there is the ruling. Just lost balance a little bit there, and then they failed to give. She failed to give way on the turn, and right there. And there's that move. Kim Gilly saw the opportunity and took it when it mattered the most. And they will already have the men's B final on the ice. We will let them introduce them in arena here.
Here we go. This is final B. First starting position. Helmet number 14. Representing the Netherlands. Nederlands Friso Starting position number 2 is for helmet number 23. Also representing the Netherlands for Nederland. It's a starting position for helmet number 39, representing La France, Sébastien Lepas. Fifth starting position is for helmet number 4, representing Canada. It's Pascal Dion. The sixth starting position for helmet number 92, representing Austria, Österreich, Tobias Wolf. And the final and seventh starting position for 126, representing Korea, it's Kim Gambu.
final. Men's 1500 meters underway. 2 skaters from the Netherlands, 2 from Canada, 1 from France, 1 from Austria, 1 from Korea. And it's Zach Delat, instantly recognizable in that metallic helmet, taking to the front.
Looks like we also have Stephen Dubois, who's a DNS in this race. Resting up, presumably, for the 500 meters to come.
He does have a busy weekend. We still have relays to come today, and those aren't even medal races. So we have 500 meters also this afternoon. You just thought the 1500s were breathless. Wait, what's still to come? And we still have 2 races here.
Much like the women's B final, we're seeing a slow start to this race.
That is Tobias Wolf, one of those youngsters that we bring up every so often. He's just 19 years old. Has also competed in roller speed skating. His best individual result was in a 1500 in Dresden, a 14th place. So a good result here, and that young man has his best ever individual result in an international race. So lots to skate for some of these guys. You mentioned funding as well.
That's right. Kim Gun-woo to the front.
And it is the Canadian in second, but all kinds of moves. Every time a man with orange on his shoulders makes the move, it's recognized by those in attendance here, and it's Zach Delat once again, just right around the outside. Behind him, Sébastien Lepape. He does have...
Lepape trying the inside move a little bit late there. Pascal Dion takes advantage, gets to the front.
Just going to say Lepape, the veteran, one of the few born in the 90s, or the early 90s, born in 1991. He won a World Cup medal back when it was held in Toronto, and it hasn't been held there for many, many years. It was back in the 2015-16 season.
Pascal Dion's got great endurance. Likes to skate from the front. See if he can bring it home with only 3 laps to go. Picking up the pace here. Watch for Kim Gun-woo though.
2 laps to go. It is, for the moment, Pascal Dion leading the way. Riso Emons right behind him, and Kim Gun-woo attacking the front now. There's the move from Kim. Goes around. It's Kim. It's Dion. And the photo finished. I think Dion takes it.
Pascal Dion in the last lap, setting up that corner with 2 crossovers in, looking to get that extra speed. So difficult. He loses a little bit of control on that exit. Loses his speed. Emons runs up on him. Kim Gun-woo goes to the outside. We're gonna... Looks like going to the photo finish. We might have Kim Gun-woo taking the race.
So don't think anything merited an investigation. Love those shots. And so we will see the B final results coming up shortly. And as we get set up for the A final,
I have the opportunity to be right here behind the scenes where the athletes for the final A are getting ready. So we're right behind the ice. They're sitting comfortably, focusing, keep it warm, and right before athlete presentation, they will go right you see right in there in the corner and get into the ice, presented to the amazing crowd here at the Ahoy Arena. So you have a glimpse here of what's happening backstage.
thank you very much, Roslyn. There are the results from the B final. Great look behind the scenes, Tyler. It looks quiet back there. They might be in for a surprise coming out here.
That's right. Calm before the storm. When they walk on this ice, there's going to be a lot of energy, a lot of noise. They're going to be amped up already, though. What a show that the Ahoy Rotterdam Arena is putting on for us.
Especially the one Dutch skater to make it through to this A final, 22 years old, Jens van het Wout. There is a rundown of those in the final. And we will let them take to the ice. Stand by.
This is the men's 1500 meter A final. position, Rotterdam is helmet number 125, representing Daehanmigu, Korea. 1500 meter Olympic champion, Wang Dae-ho. Second starting position is for helmet number 42, representing Nihon, Japan, Hayashi Kosei. Third starting position is for helmet number 37, representing Italia, Italy's Luca Speckenhauser. Fourth starting position is for helmet number 29, representing Australia, it's Brendan Corey. Fifth starting position is for helmet number 1, representing Daehanmigu, Korea, crystal gold winner, Park Ji-won. And the sixth starting position is for helmet number 9, the 1500 meter 2023 European champion, the mixed relay world champion, representing the Netherlands, Nederland, hier is Jens van Waal. The seventh starting position is for 102, representing Zhongguo, China, it's Sun Lo.
Not a final that perhaps would have followed the form book, but some interesting stories here. You like to point out Hayashi Kosei, who comes in on a rich vein of form.
Yeah, he's looking terrific. He got bronze in the 1,000 meter at the last World Cup leading into this. I love watching him skate. I don't know if there's anybody that gets any lower than he does in the corners. Watch when he's on his left foot, 2 feet down, super low in the position, pushing out off the exit. He's looking great.
But of course, you watch out for the man with the helmet with number 1. Park starting all the way out in position 1, but in a 1500 meter that doesn't matter too much, and he slots in there right up at the very front. And another interesting story is Brendan Corey, Canadian born, now racing for Australia. No Canadians in the final, but the man with the Australian flag on his back.
What a race for Brendan Corey to make this A final, just terrific. He's got to be feeling good right now.
Coming in, Corey ranked number 29 in the world. So for him to be in an A final, something to hang your hat on at the end of the day. Of course, the Australian program will be ever associated with the Bradbury.
Johns Van Wout taking advantage of the slow pace to get to the front here. Park Ji-won, though, wants it right back.
And it's a battle of the Koreans right now. Hwang Dae-han, plenty of accolades to his name as well. But Park, every time someone goes to the front, he tries to take it back almost as quickly.
He knows where he wants to be. He's got the strength to do it.
Another busy field, 7 skaters in all. And here comes Corey, putting in a bit of a charge. Is he able to get all the way around? Yes, he is. Coming up inside 7 laps to go. Steckenhauser also trying to work his way around.
Park Ji-won lets Brendan Corey take it for a lap. I like Brendan Corey, though, taking advantage of the slower speed to get to the front, position himself well with 5 laps to go. Great spot to be.
Park, you feel, though, is just marshalling this race, writing the story as he sees fit. But inside 4 laps to go, it's Park and Corey and Sun. But here comes Hwang Dae-hyun, trying to make it 2 Koreans up there in the top 3.
Watch Park Ji-won, he's looking behind him, looking between his legs. Hwang Dae-hyun up the inside.
Dae-hyun. That one does merit an investigation. It's Hwang at the moment. Hwang will cross the line first. We reach the bell. Hwang and Sun and Corey. And there is Van Het Wout moving into the top 3. At the line, it's Hwang and Sun. And I think Jens Van Het Wout gets up into 3rd. 2 things have yellow cards there, and so we sort of look at the standings and we go, is that how it's going to end?
A lot happening there in the last laps of the race. I have a feeling we might be reviewing that Hwang Dae-hyun pass on Park Ji-won.
So we will await confirmation. Now we watch and we wait. We'll see if we can't dissect what might have happened here. It was Park for so long, marshaling the race, and then Hwang tried to make a move, and that's when it kind of all came undone.
Yeah,
right
here's
there.
that replay, that late pass from Hwang Dae-hyun on Park Ji-won. He wasn't expecting it at that point in the corner, really threw him out wide. Sun Long of China, though, great skate for him.
Wout jumping up there, ooh, just in the nick of time.
Yeah, great last lap pass here by Van Wout.
Let's see, final A, it is the move from Hwang on Park is what's being investigated for an illegal late pass. There is a second thing being investigated as well on the finish line. And I believe that second one might have been cleared. We'll wait till it's official. We will stop theorizing. We just know the investigation is underway really on that move. Looks like one of them has in fact been cleared. But it's the potential late pass.
Possible finish. Infraction has been cleared.
Wait. And there it is, Hwang Dae-hyun penalized. That means Sun Long is world champion. Van Het Wout second, and Brendan Corey, surprise bronze medal for Australia.
Brendan Corey, what a day. Really loved the way he skated that race. Getting to that front when the pace was easy. Sitting there with 5 laps to go, holding his position.
Sun Long, world champion.
Sun Long, well done. New world champion. What a great feeling that must be.
And with that, we'll hear it go down now to Roselyne Fillon, who is ringside.
What an amazing race we've just witnessed. Penalty for the Korean. Sun Long from China gaining that world title, and Brendan Corey from Australia getting on that podium with a bronze medal, and home nation, the Netherlands, Jens Van Wout winning the silver medalist. But earlier we had the women also with Kim Gilly from Korea winning the gold medal. Hannah Desmed at penalty, so she wasn't able to get on that podium. That was really, really fun to watch. We're going to get into more details a little bit later, but right now what we're going to see, and might you wonder, the ice is very special and very unique here, so you might wonder how it's made, so let's take a look.
I'm Beert Boomsma. I'm responsible of the ice rink here. It is a temporary rink. We built it in 3-4 days. We start Tuesday, make Friday the cooling machines, Saturday we make ice, Sunday the top layer, and Monday we can skate. This is the most eco-friendly ice rink in the world now.
We can deliver here the most sustainable temporary ice rink because we reuse the heat that we actually take from the ice. So when we produce the ice, we extract the heat from the water, and normally this heat is thrown in the air. And now we take this heat and we store it in a certain tank. And this heat, the hot water, we use again in, for example, the Zambonis, but also to melt the ice at the end of the event.
The quality of ice is for sure very special. I make ice for speed skating. Then we use water for reverse osmosis. Now we use city water and we clean it, and then we make ice. And that ice for short track has to be very grippy and glide.
No, all ice conditions are not the same. Sometimes you have very hard ice. When it's cold, it gets chippy. It makes it hard to make tight passes. You don't have much grip. There's also soft ice, which can provide a lot of grip. So when the skaters are turning, they can feel that grip in the ice and gives them confidence when they want to make a pass, or when after they've made a pass and they need to hold that turn really tight, they get a lot of confidence from that.
This week's been really good. Guys say they feel really good. Prep's gone really well, and it feels fast. So
this is sea level rink. When you go to Salt Lake or Calgary, this is a high level. So you can go faster on the high level rink. Our ice is so good, I think we can go even there. And I think we can make a world record.
Bronze medalist Brendan Corey, by your reaction when you saw the official results, you were over the moon excited. What is the feeling you're having right now?
Words can't describe what I'm feeling right now. It's just incredible that, you know, a small nation like Australia can manage to get here, and it's, you know, without the support from everyone in ISU, I couldn't been able to get on the podium. I'm stumbling for my words. I just still can't believe it.
That race was incredibly strong. You really had to stay focused all the way to the end, not be worried about what was going on. A lot of athletes close to you and that moving past along the end. How was that focus for the biggest race of your life, basically?
Well, I just had confidence in myself that I knew I'm up there with the best in the world, and I just stayed calm and relaxed and did what I needed to do.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, in just a few minutes later, we'll have the 500-meter event. So stay tuned. Don't miss that because it's going to be on the women's and the men's side as well.
Zo, dames en heren, we vanuit de commercials en de boodschappen van onze sponsoren. Ik hoop dat veel mensen hebben ingekocht voor de quiz van thuis. Natuurlijk waanzinnig veel te winnen, wat ik al zei. En als ik het heb over winnen, dan staat mijn grote quizmaster, een grote voorbeeld, die staat inmiddels op het podium. Maar die gaat vooral alles vertellen over de basis, het fundament achter het Nederlandse schaatsen op dit moment. Dat is Dijkin. Dat is Mr. Dijkin. Mag een heel groot applaus voor niemand minder dan Jorgens.
Ja, lieve mensen, van harte welkom hier ook in een warm welkom namens Dijkin in het mooie Ahoy in Rotterdam. Dijkin natuurlijk al sinds 2018 trotse sponsor van Schaatsen Nederland. En daarom zijn we hier vandaag er natuurlijk ook bij. Wist je ook dat Dijkin meegeholpen heeft Dus ik zie op de linkerkant hier gaat het al best wel goed, ja. Onze Rutger die heeft al inmiddels aan het juiste nummer ingestaan. Dit goed, ik wil aan de overkant nog een paar meer lampjes. Hier aan de zijkant wat lampjes. Ja, daarboven kunnen we nog net ietsjes meer lampjes. We gaan 100 onesies weggeven, hè? Maar dan moeten we eerst even de warming-up doen hier voor de shorttracker. En die onesies zijn allemaal gesigneerd door shorttrackers. Ik heb hier ook een handtekening van Selma op mijn onesie. Dus als je zo'n onesie wil winnen, hou je lampje omhoog. Hou hem omhoog. En dan gaan we hem nu even verduisteren door hem op je knie te leggen. Leg hem op je knie. Laag. Hij moet weg. En omhoog. Omlaag. Omhoog. Wauw. Omlaag. Omhoog. Een soort kerstboom aan het worden, jongen. Duur niet lang meer kerst.
Maar volgens mij kunnen we nog meer dan dit, toch? Het kan nog wel wat actiever dan dit.
Lijkt me wel. Dus we houden even allemaal naar links. Hou naar links, naar links, naar links, naar links. En dan gaan we achter en naar rechts. Komt-ie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 en 1, 2, 3, 4.
Now what's coming up next in the few seconds, it's the 500 meter. You've seen the 1500, which was really different. A slow start, then you work in your tactics to cross the finish lines first. But 500 meters is so fast. You start fast, you finish fast. Gavin, Tyler, how is it up there for you going into that 500 meter quarterfinals?
If that was just the start of the day, we are in for an absolute treat, Tyler. That was spectacular, and this is the 500. This is the one that you blink and you miss it.
Yeah, it was very exciting. The 500 is going to go very fast. They're going to be flying out there. The ice conditions are good. The skaters are confident in the ice. They're going to be skating hard.
Let's take a look at how things have gone this season in the 500.
And now the athletes yesterday performed really well in the preliminaries, so let's take a look at that preview from the 500 meters.
Of racing still to come. Buckle up, Tyler. What do we got to look for?
Yeah, when you talk about the 500 meter, you have to talk about Zandra Velzebor. What can we say about her? World record holder, reigning 500 meter world champion. She has put her mark on this distance. So watch for her coming up in these next few races. Also, Stephen Dubois of Canada has been looking phenomenally strong. He didn't quite have the 1500 meter he was looking for. He's going to be out for revenge in this 500. He's got the top end speed. He's got the passing ability to make it happen. Stay tuned.
Stephen Dubois sat out that B final for the men's 1500 to be primed, likely for this moment. But you just mentioned Zandra Velzebor. She's another one of those young generation of skaters, already a couple of world championships to her name. And in front of this home crowd, I think we're shaping up for something pretty special. What more can you say about her?
Yeah, well, the energy is going to have her flying out there. Zandra Velzebor, with her top end speed, is so hard for skaters to manage. Maybe her teammate Selma Poutsma can challenge her, but it's going to be exciting to watch those two go toe to toe.
Wherever you are in the world, get ready. This could be good. More to come.
In de derde kwartfinale, Selma Poutsma. Natuurlijk in de tweede kwartfinale. Dat is al die eerste onverslaanbaar lijkt ook in je 500.
Back to work. You saw the starting lineup. There is Suzanne Schulting. She sat out the 1500 meter B final. Ready to make amends early on, and already another loaded quarterfinal with Hannah Desmet. Another one looking for a little bit of redemption. Also here, Julie Latai of the United States, Wang Ye of China, and Ariana Siegel of Italy.
Number 1, 2, 3 until 1, 2, 6.
As they are whistled to the line. There is Desmet. Does prefer the 1,500 meters, but on anyone's day in this sport, anything can happen.
That's right. As the old saying goes, that's short track.
And two skaters already right here out to put a little something behind them. Schulting and Desmet, positions 2 and 1 on the line.
Go to the start.
Four and a half laps, blink and you miss it. And the race into the corner always produces that possibility. The collisions and the restarts. Tyler, that's just because that first lead into that corner is so important.
Yeah, winning that start is critical to the 500 meter. In such a short race, you get very few opportunities to pass. You got to do everything you can to be first to that block and come out of that corner in the lead. We're seeing the skaters checking their blades now. If there's been any nicks or clashes of the skates, they could have lost their bend. They might be loosening, tightening their bolts, let that bend come back, or in some cases, entirely changing the blade.
Smith down there. There's Schulting getting a look. What can you see anything of what's going on? Because there's sort of stages of work that gets done, isn't there?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, they may be removing the full 4 bolts that are attached to the cup, taking the blade entirely off and putting on a new blade. That's difficult for the athletes. They got to get that under mind. Yeah, loosening and tightening the cup bolt, knocking on it, try to let that bend pop back to where it was before. The blades, they got to be so in tune because that's your connection to the ice. If something's off, if your bend's different, you're going to feel different on the ice.
And the blade, too, is not right in the middle of the boot. It is offset to help them into that corner.
Yeah,
so
the blades are offset to the left towards the corner to help you navigate the turn, but also to prevent you from booting out. So what that means is when you're leaning so much and your boot makes contact with the ice, that it doesn't kind of lift you off and chuck you out to the boards.
We have seen a few times this weekend a couple skaters going out on their own.
Watch for Wang Yu here in this race too. 3rd in the World Cup standings. Still a junior skater.
Silver and 2 bronze on World Cup, all of them coming in this distance. And this time, everybody safely through the corner, so we will be going all the way. Inside 4 laps, it's Desmet and Schulting. It'll be Julie Latai of the United States in 3rd. She is from Boston, Massachusetts, is Latai, 23 years old. That's Schulting, takes the lead. 2 laps to go, it's Schulting. Desmet, Latai trying to get up there, and Desmet goes down.
A lot of action here.
And Wang leading at the bell. Latai has lost all measure of speed. It is Schulting who has been out in front, staying away from the danger. And Schulting looking good to move into the semifinals. Wang Ye provisionally in 2nd place, but we will review that incident.
Great skate by Susanna Schulting, making that nice clean inside pass, getting to the front, skating away a little bit. Some contact there between Latai and Desmet. It's going to be going to review.
We've mentioned a few times. Just look at those boots. Their name on them, personalized.
So here we get a replay. The inside pass by Schulting. Great execution. Nice, clean entry. Able to build some speed into that corner.
Now, unlike Ariana Fontana, who just came in for this event, she did get a little bit of chance to get some of the race rust out, competing in a few of those World Cups. There's the incident that is under review.
So possible infraction here between Belgium and USA, reviewing for a potential arm block. Let's see if we get another review of that highlight.
Schulting, 26 years old. She is from Groningen, which is northeast of Amsterdam. In this speed skating mad nation, you would think of the traditional distance, but this Dutch program has come such a long way.
Here it is, looking for the arm block, the outside arm. When skaters are passing, it's just so natural to want to get your arms up. You see a little bit of that here.
We were speaking with Natalie Lambert, one of the people down there on the ice relaying the information, the former great Canadian speed skater. She really gave us an insight of what they might be looking for. They have to be set up properly to make that turn, and they don't like those late lane changes, those late moves into the corners.
Decision is made by Peter Worth, our British chief referee. Chief referee.
Sounds like they said a decision has been made. Do not have it just yet. Results are still unofficial. There we have it. Schulting and Wang advancing. Latai at being advanced. Wang and Schulting were qualified, and Hannah de Smet penalized. Celebration for the American into the semifinals.
Outside skater not giving space. Advanced.
There you have it. There is confirmation. Julie Latai, Wang Ye, and Suzanne Schulting moving on to the semifinals. Another look, outside skater not giving space at the end of the straight.
We'll be looking for possible time advancements as well, but with the 500, there's lots of action. Those could get replaced by advancements from penalties.
Up to 2 of the fastest third-place skaters can qualify. So that one being advanced eliminates one of those spots, and now there is one third-place spot left. And big ovation for the defending world champion. We just saw her, Sandra Velzebor. Fan Keshin of China also here. 2 Polish skaters, Nikola Mizur and Kamila Stormovska, and Kane Rika of Japan. Stormovska starting out of position 4 there, and there is a slide. As Velzebor goes down, it will be restarted. I was just talking, no one should wait until they get through the corner before we continue, but Kamila Stormovska starting out of position 4 there, just turned 23 yesterday. And so would love to give herself, I'm sure, a late birthday present at a memorable World Championship result. But we have to look at the woman starting in position 1 who took a tumble as perhaps the favorite in this one.
When you're at the World Championships, the depth of skaters even surpasses that of the World Cups. You have all the top skaters in every event. So when we're seeing these quarterfinals, we're already seeing such depth this early in the rounds, making them even more competitive and all the more difficult to get through.
And I made a mistake. It actually was not Stormovska's birthday. It's Gabriela Topolska's birthday. Got my Polish skaters confused there. My apologies. I think I was just too excited to share that little tidbit of information. It'll come up again, I'm sure.
So here we're seeing a full blade change. Loosening off all the screws on the mounting block. Gonna take that right off.
It did look like she maybe went down on her own, and might that have been a blade thing?
I think what I saw when she was crossing over, she caught the blade of Keijin Fan behind her.
They break out the drill. A lot of high-tech equipment here in short track. When there's ice maintenance, there are watering cans, and there's fire extinguishers. A little more complicated there. And I feel like I should finish the story and correct myself. Kamila Stormovska's birthday is next month. She turns 24. And now we'll see if Take 2 can get everybody safely through that first corner.
Go to the start.
This time everybody gets through, and the fans recognize that achievement. And Velzebor just deciding to go for it out of a gun. Sandra Velzebor leaving her competitors in her wake.
Sandra Velzebor showing her top end speed. She's able to get those 2 crossovers in on the entry when she's building up her speed in the first 2 laps. That really separates the gap between her and the rest of the field.
It's a race for second now. At the moment, it looks like Fan Keshin is there. Sandra Velzebor staying out of the drama, staying away from the danger. She doesn't want any of that. In control and in to the semifinals. In the race for second, it looks like Van hung on. Stormovska.
Fan Keishin, too, 4-time 500-meter world champion.
The veteran.
Veteran of the sport. She's a legend. Zandra Velzeborg making her name legendary as well right now, trying to add another 500-meter world champion title to her belt.
Van did have a couple of World Cup medals this season, both of them at the second stop on the circuit in Beijing, a silver and a bronze, both in the 500s. But in the world of young skaters, Fan Keishin.
Here we see Velzeborg getting those two crossovers into the corner, just able to build such speed, no pivoting there, just pure acceleration.
I'm wondering if this is sped up, but this is just almost slowed down around the corners a little bit. And it's official. Velzeborg and Fan go through. Stormovska made to wait, 43.373. So there you have the results. Third heat already on the ice, and it is another one of those skaters that we could be watching here to make it to an A final. Selma Poutsma of the Netherlands does have a gold medal, and it is in a tie in a World Cup this season, something I'm not sure we've ever seen. Poutsma, as I mentioned, 2 wins on World Cup in the 500s. One was a tie with Zandra Velzeborg. Ariana Fontana, 2-time Olympic champion in the 500s, right behind her. But right now, it's Poutsma in charge.
Poutsma has the most explosive start in the 500-meter right now, and she's showing it right here. Ariana Fontana doing a good job of keeping her in check, but she's got Ricky Doak right at her back, setting up an inside. Nice clean pass by Doak.
Ricky Doak of Canada into second, off the back to Polska and Valentina Askic. Right now, it is Selma Poutsma with enough of an advantage to take it over the line, bring the fans to their feet. And another Dutch skater advancing, and it looks like Ricky Doak as well.
Fast time too, 42.3.
There is only one third place spot still available, at least for now, unless the skater gets advanced. Then might be a time, and it is Ariana Fontana, the ever dangerous Ariana Fontana.
Here we see that start by Poutsma. Immediately puts on a huge gap. Nice inside pass by Ricky.
Into the semis. Those results are now confirmed. Poutsma and Doak automatically advancing. Fontana now on the hot seat, waiting to see what will happen in the fourth and final heat.
It's so difficult to pass at these speeds. These athletes just making it look so easy. It's hard to put into words how difficult it is to set up that pass and execute it when you're at your maximum speed.
And this is 4.5 laps, full on, floored. Their next heat, Kristen Santos Griswold already on the podium once today, wanting to make it to Kim Boutin, who made a return after missing a good chunk of the season. Park Ji-won of Korea, Chiara Betti of Italy, and Zofia Konya of Hungary. It is Boutin safely through the corner. Olympic medals to her name. And she was a bronze medalist in the 1500 last year, but now this is a horse of a different color. Kim Boutin leading the way.
Nice speed track by Kim Boutin. A little wide though, opening the door for Kristen Santos Griswold. And we're looking for a speed track, that wide entry, wide exit.
At the bell, this one looks like it's going to be Kristen Santos Griswold's heat. Looks like she will get into the semis. Kim Boutin slotting into second place. Third goes to Chiara Betti, the 22-year-old from Italy. And we will see that third place time, 43.16. It does not look like it is going to be enough, so it might be Ariana Fontana, her teammate, advancing. We'll just await confirmation of that. But Santos Griswold looking comfortable again.
Yes, absolutely. We can see her this weekend. Her top end speed is there. She's making those fast laps look effortless, making those passes look easy. And she's up against Kim Boutin, multiple Olympic medalist.
Here it is, the official results.
Confirmation, Santos Griswold going through, Boutin going through, Chiara Betti's third place time not good enough. That going to Ariana Fontana. And so there will be a quick turnaround after the men's 500 meters, but still more to come. The men are already out on the ice. The men's 500-meter quarterfinals, 4 heats. Fastest 2 skaters automatically move on, and up to 2 of the third-place skaters. There's the confirmation of the qualifiers in the women. Julie Latai advancing. Plenty of Dutch skaters, a couple of Chinese skaters, a couple of Canadians. And heat 1 of the men's 500 meters. Denis Nikisha of Kazakhstan. Jordan Pierre-Gilles of Canada, DNA Cillier, Pietro Siegel of Italy, and you see Roberts Krusberg's not starting, but this in of itself is a pretty loaded heat.
This is a loaded heat. Pietro Siegel, reigning 500-meter world champion here.
That all-important dash into the first corner with 4 skaters. A little bit easier to get through, and it is Nikisha, who does have some hardware on World Cup. And it's Jordan Pierre-Gilles of Canada, the 25-year-old from Sherbrooke, in second right now. Pietro Siegel with some work to do.
Comfortable in second there. He's our World Cup leader this year in the 500. And Nikisha just has such speed. He's such a pure 500-meter skater.
But here comes Siegel. And it is Nikisha and Pierre-Gilles going 1-2. And Siegel, will see if that 40.37 stands the test of time.
Wire to wire for Nikisha there. Nice skate by him. 40.2. That's a quick time.
Speaking of the importance of that position 1, getting into that corner first.
That's right. And these positions matter for the next round, right? You want to be seated closer on that start line to number 1. That's going to be a huge advantage going forward in the semis.
Siegel tried to make it close, but in the end, Nikisha and Pierre-Gilles automatically qualifying, and I believe those results will be confirmed momentarily. There you have it. Pietro Siegel now watches and waits. Second heat, Steven Dubois, after sitting out the B final for the 1500, will start in position 1. Furkan Akar of Turkey, Kim Gun-woo of Korea, and Brendan Corey on a high, trying to add to his hardware, as well as Adrian de Wagdura of Belgium.
Onwards to our second
Interesting story with Furkan Akar. This Turkey program is really building. 22-year-old Akar is from Erzurum in eastern Turkey. Here's a look at Corey. But Akar started skating by wrapping bags around his feet and was eventually gifted a pair of skates. And it is 1 and 2 into the corner as Steven Dubois just deciding to just not take this to chance, and he is pulling it away.
Nice to have that clean start. Steven Dubois really building that speed. Nice speed track, nice long exits, wide entries. Falling back on his heels there. He's got to get that speed back.
Lap and a half to go. A car right up on his back, soaking up that draft. Dubois really helping pull Furkan Akar along, the veteran and the youngster, looking like they will move right into the semis. Corey gets up into third, I'm not sure that third place time will hold up. 41.92 does not look like it, but there are two third fastest skaters moving on, barring any advancements, of course. But professional work there from the veteran Steven Dubois, apart from the little slip up.
Yeah, nice skate by Steven there. We did see a few slips on his left foot here. Right there is one of them. A little bit uncomfortable there. He may be checking the blades after this because it happened twice back to back. Here's another shot of it. Just getting caught on his heel on the left foot. When that happens, you lose that speed on the exit. You're not able to build out of it very well.
I get to finish that story from a car. Began by skating by wrapping bags around his feet to glide around a frozen pond on his own hometown. Was gifted a pair of skates. And he's saying that Turkey is really starting to get behind this program. They've built a few facilities. He does have a 4th place in a World Cup in Salt Lake City. So there you have it. Furkan Akar, Steven Dubois moving on. Brendan Corey, he now has the 2nd fastest of the 3rd place times with 3 heats to go. And heat 3, this one's interesting. The brothers Lin on the start list.
Lin Xiaowang, great 500-meter skater here. Olympic champion, 2-time 500-meter world champion. Back on the circuit.
And there is Kay Hausman. You see the personalized helmet. That's the Westland flag on his helmet. He lives in Munster, not far from here. The two Lin brothers, Park Ji-won as well. This is, who can come out of this heat? This could be a quick one as well.
Liu Xiaowang looking really relaxed. Park Ji-won though sitting there. Let's keep an eye out for him. He knows how to pass.
Park with disappointment in the 1500. Making that nice move on the inside. Can he make it stick? And he does into 2nd.
Incredible pass there by Park. Lin Xiaowang's going to have to do something here.
And it's Lin Xiaojun winning provisionally. Park Ji-won, he looked like he did the slightest feint outside and then ducked inside.
Yeah, great pass. You really have to commit to that.
He just found that tiny opening. We'll get a look at that, I'm sure. Here it is.
Here's another look. Looking outside, cuts across to the inside. So Xiaowang feels like he's going on the outside. That's where he feels the pressure, but Park Ji-won just tucks it in on the inside after, closes the door. Lin Xiaojun, we got to talk about him too. Former world champion from 2019, now racing for China, looking in great form.
A lot was talked about at the beginning of the year about how they made the switch. The Lin brothers from Hungary to China. And Lin Xiaowang does have one of the 2 fastest 3rd place times with 1 more heat to go. Number 4, Toon William Donjanu, Hwang Dae-han, Danilo Fedorenko, and Jens van het Wout. Van het Wout. And this one is a bit interesting because we didn't think that Donjanu might not have been in the 500 normally, but Felix Roussel went out with an injury.
Yeah, on training before this weekend, Felix Roussel took a spill into the mats, unfortunately caught his arm underneath. He's now in a full arm cast. So William Danjano taking his place in this 500 meter. Not traditionally a 500 meter skater this season.
We saw Maxime Laoun fly in at the last minute, and after the competition wrapped up yesterday, he took to the ice to get a few strides in because it was, you were telling me, an emergency call-up.
Yeah, an emergency call-up of Max Laoun. He's got to be ready just in case, and even for those relays.
Everybody making it through by the skin of their teeth. And it is Bohr, ranked 9th in the world, leading the way. Hwang Dae-han, you saw him with the disappointing result for him in the 1500 meters despite crossing the line first. Out for redemption here.
Another late outside to inside pass, Wang Deon. Nice move. William D'Angelo capitalizing on that opportunity to move into second. He's got to close the door. He does it. Wow,
And
what racing we have here.
It's Hong leading the way, a late pass. And at the end, it's Hong Dae-hong and Jens Van het Wout going 1 and 2. Van het Wout making that late move just as he noticed D'Angelo making a pass of his own.
Electric racing, and when you see those skaters setting up and making passes in front of you, your mind is thinking right away, I got to be ready to move. And that's exactly what we're seeing there. Pass after pass, skaters looking for that next opportunity to get by.
Here is the move from D'Angelo, almost slingshotting around the corner, up in the inside. And then the late pass by Van het Wout.
Van het Wout, what a nice tight maneuver there. Holding it through that turn. It's so hard when you make that inside pass and you're entering so tight to hold that track tight on the exit, especially when you're driving for that finish. You did a great job there.
And D'Angelo won't advance as the third place finisher. The 2 third place, Liu Xiaoan and Pietro Segal. So the defending world champion Segal, his defense continues. He will move into the semifinals. Confirmation of the results. Huang and Jens Van het Wout, 500 meters just getting started. We still have semifinals and finals to come, as well as the relays.
And Ariana as well, so I feel like I just did a big start. I stayed calm, patient, and then saw the opportunity to pass, so I did, and had to just keep up with the speed after that.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the semifinal.
Thank you.
Annie Sarah here, coaching staff of the Netherlands team. The women's have been dominating in the 500 meter. So far, so good in the quarterfinals. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so far so good. We're on task. You know, looking forward to those semis, defending our world titles, and really looking into that competition.
It's been really tough for the athletes getting on the ice. Quarterfinal, semifinal feels like a final. How are they managing their energy and their focus going in to those steps towards the final?
Yeah, we've been working on that all season long, getting the skaters ready, you know, getting into that rhythm of that load of races, and everybody's looking so far so good, so we're really happy on how it's going.
Thanks, Coach.
You're welcome.
Furkan Akar with me, quarterfinal in the 500. Everything goes so fast, and you were right in there. Is that the race you wanted to do in this stage?
Firstly, thank you. Normally, my distance is 1,000, but I fell down yesterday. Now I try 500. It's really fast and very excited. I am very happy. This is my first semi-final in 500. I was finally European Championship, but World Championship it's first time. I am very happy. Thanks for my supporter. Thank you for Turkey.
Thank you so much. Good luck for semifinals.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you saw these races. They were amazing. Some penalties, some photo finish. The judges and the referees have so much to do regarding a race like a 500 meters or even what we saw earlier in the 1500. So if you wonder how the referee job works, here is an overview of how they do it.
With unwavering vigilance, a squad of 5 ISU referee guardians meticulously observe short track skaters hailing from all corners of the world. Hidden in the shadows, these heroes stealthily operate as a unit ready to correct any injustice.
So basically, in any weekend we have 5 referees in ISU competition. So we will have a chief referee, who's basically the chief executive officer of the whole competition. We have 2 assistants that are located on the ice, and we have 2 assistants that are located in the video room, which is right behind me. And those 2 assistants in the video room will only be watching the competition with the screen and then help the referee on ice make final decision. So the minute something happened, on TV you will see a yellow box. This is marked from the video room. This is basically a signal that something was marked and something will go into review. So the people in the video room right away will start reviewing, and one of the assistant video referee will keep the eye on the competition in case something else happened, and the lead video referee will start the review process. So at the end of the day, 5 people enter a decision, but the chief referee has the final decision, but the chief referee always listens to everybody and take everything into consideration. One thing that people need to understand is that the people that are in the video room are referees with the same level of qualification as the chief referee. So they are referees that could lead a competition as the chief executive officer. So the lead video person is taking decision in the video room and reporting to the chief referee. But the chief referee can, in trust and in confidence, accept these decisions without always having to go see the video, because that person is also a referee. With the luxury of time, sometime maybe decision would be different. We give them, they don't have a countdown, but typically we are hoping that they can take the vast majority of the decision as quickly as possible, ideally within a minute. Never more than 2 minutes. We know sometimes it takes longer, but we are striving to make it as quick as possible. So that there are some decisions that are easier than others. You know, some are black and white. It's super clear that someone did a mistake. But the vast majority of the decisions that the referee have to take are more in the gray zone, which means that it's not always just one skater who did something that created the contact. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's actually more than 2. So making a decision in short track, in my opinion, is much harder than in some of the other sports, like for instance tennis. The ball is in or the ball is out. That's pretty easy and that's pretty clear.
There are so many of you watching us on the ISU feed directly on YouTube, and the chat is going crazy. We love it. We love reading your questions. And we had one question that was really interesting, is a question from Cosmo, who is asking if there's going to be an overall world champion title. And the answer is no, because in the last couple of years, with the committee of the ISU voted a new rule on canceling that overall title. There was only be singles individual championship title moving forward. So here you have it. Keep giving your questions. We love reading you. We will answer back. And now it's time to enjoy the semifinals of the 500 meter. And I'm sending it back to you, Gavin and Tyler.
And I can barely hear myself think. But we do have a couple of big races still to come. The quarterfinals were great, and now it just gets that much harder. Big names, big opportunities, but also we might see some big names going out.
Yeah, absolutely. The big names to watch for on the women's side. Xandra Velzebor showing her dominance again in the the quarterfinals rather, looking for her in the semifinals. But her teammate Selma Poutsma, I think she has the most explosive and fastest start out there on the women's side, and they're paired together in this semifinal. In the other semifinal, we have Kristen Santos Griswold and Kim Boutin, 2 strong skaters to look for. I expect to see them in that A final. On the men's side,
on the other side, on the men, we saw Stephen Dubois, the Canadian, sitting out that B final of the 1500. Tactics seemingly paying off with him winning that quarterfinal.
That's right, Stephen Dubois looking very strong. A few slip-ups on that quarterfinal, so hopefully he's got that sorted out. But Lin Jiajun of China, he's looking great right now. I really like the way that he skated that corner. So let's watch him coming in that next round.
And so what are you going to be looking for? What is the secret stuff that sees these 500-meter sprint races so successful? Because they're over in a blink. The races are over quick.
Yeah, the race is so short. It's so important that you win that start. You get out of that front early, and you get that speed going right away. The simplest way to win the 500 is to win the start and hold that lead right to the finish. If you're not in that position, which most skaters won't be, they're going to be looking. They're going to have 1 or 2 good opportunities to make a pass to the lead and capitalize on winning that race. So that's what you got to watch for. Not a lot of time to make a move here.
It's going to come down to the decisive moment or two. And we have semifinals coming up. And we'll be back on the ice shortly.
Ik denk wel dat het 1-0 voor ons is, Rutger. Onze kant. We gaan natuurlijk terug naar de wedstrijd. Let's go back to showtime on ice. Because we will proceed with the women's 500-meter semi-finals. The first and second placed skaters from each race.
And the lights are back up inside the Rotterdam Ahoy, getting set up for the 500-meter women's semifinals. There's not been a lot of time in between these races, Tyler. What do they do in between?
Yeah, it's a really brief turnover. They're probably going to try to jump on the bike even for 5 to 10 minutes, just spin the legs out, maybe try to find some peace and quiet, get their mindset, check out who their next race is, mentally prepare for that, because they're going to analyze who their competitors are. That might change their strategy. Even if it's just a 500, they know what they might be up against, what to expect. If they have a Selma Poutsma who's going to take that start, how are they going to get by her? So they'll be thinking about those things.
And the skaters are just about coming out onto the ice. And you mentioned Selma Poutsma. She is in the same heat number 1 here, with her own teammate and reigning world champion Sandra Velzebor. What is particularly interesting, I mentioned it in passing earlier, at a World Cup this season, these two tied for gold, which almost never happens.
Yeah, very rare that we see an exact tie at the finish. But these two women are so quick, battling it out right to the end. In that race, we saw Selma Poutsma taking the race start to the finish, but with Sandra Velzebor closing a big gap and getting right up alongside her to make that tie happen.
Also in this heat, we have Ricky Doak of Canada and Fan Keshin of China, Julie Latai of the United States, who got through earlier on. She was advanced, if I'm not mistaken. She got a little bump from Hannah Desmet, and that moved her on. And so, 2 heats, top 2, and a maximum of the 1 third-place skater will move on. And this place is electric,
to say the least. But these semifinals feel like A-finals that you'd see at a World Cup already. It's just fantastic.
Rosalind was saying even the skaters in the semifinals in the 1500, it felt like a final. And they will take their starting positions, the 2 Dutch skaters, positions 1 and 2. And as you like to mention, getting to that corner first is very important.
Go to the start.
And it is Poutsma getting first to the corner, but there is the bump. Fan Keshin goes down, the whistle goes, and we will do this all over again.
Something to watch for the skaters is differing start positions. So we're seeing here Selma Poutsma starting with more of a traditional V start, so that front foot's pointed forward. Sandra Velzebor, also a great 500-meter skater, starting with that crossover position. So she has that front foot kind of in line with the starting line. She's getting her center of mass a little bit closer to that line and feeling in a more of a natural crossover position, which crossovers are so critical in short track.
And just looking at that start, even the few strides, Poutsma had a little bit of a gap leading the way into the corner. You mentioned she's one of the best starters in the world. And even in that little one shot, you could tell in the few strides she had gotten a little gap into the corner.
That quick step, it'd be amazing to see what a power meter on her. She's so strong.
How much force is being put into the ice. They're making a quick repair. They've got the patching trowel out, and then the squeegee as well, and here comes the fire extinguisher. Quick freeze of the ice. And we are good to go.
Here we go. The restart. First semi-final women's 500 meters. Go to the start.
And this time, everybody gets through. And it is Poutsma again with a clear advantage. That is Ricky Doak closing up on Sandra Velzebor.
Selma Poutsma always creating that gap, but Velzebor is one skater who can close it. We're seeing her do it now.
The tie goes down from the United States.
Ricky Doak right there. I love to see that. Making this a race to the finish.
Coming up to the bell. Velzebor taking a look around the outside. Doak right up in her slipstream. Velzebor on the inside. Doak on the outside. Velzebor makes it stick. Poutsma in second. Doak hanging on for third. And the home fans love that. Two Dutch skaters, 1 and 2.
Well, Selma Poutsma has that early speed, but at the end of the race, it seems like she starts to fatigue a little bit. She starts pivoting on that corner quite long, losing her speed. So we'll start from the beginning here. That nice clean start, Poutsma just exploding out of the corner, opening up that lead. But once Sandra closes that gap, there's the fall from Latai. Here we see Sandra Velzebor setting up on the outside shoulder, allowing her to change her track and exit nice and tight and get right by Selma Poutsma.
It's amazing. You only have a fraction of a second to set it up and make that move. Maybe a couple seconds, but it's a tiny amount of time to decide when to go.
Yeah. You're eyeing your competitor on the corner before. She's probably seeing Selma Poutsma. She can feel that she's slowing down a little bit. She's saying, okay, this is my time to go. Set up that track a little bit wide. Get that tight exit.
Confirmation of those results. Two skaters from the Netherlands moving on to the A final. Ricky Doak will sit and wait to see what happens right here. And look at this heat. Kristen Santos Griswold, Kim Boutin, the defending Olympic champion, Ariana Fontana, Suzanne Sulting, and Wang Ye of China. Good luck breaking that one down. Oh my.
A false start. That's going to be an automatic disqualification.
We have seen it a few times where they say no false start and everybody lines up.
Yeah.
So maybe not jumping the gun just yet. Well, someone might have.
Yeah, we'll hold their athletes will be holding their breath to wait to find out.
And what's interesting is they'll line them all back up too, and then it's sort of like a U.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the replay. Not sure what I could glean from it. Oh,
Okay, no false start by the looks of it. Don't like to see athletes go out in that fashion.
And this time Schulting goes down, and they did not make it through the corner, and so they will start that again. You were talking about starts, and we see Ariana Fontana again, and it's incredibly difficult start. I'm trying to contort my body that way, and just look at that. It's an interesting bend.
Yeah, the Ariana Fontana start is not a common start to see. She's one of the few skaters that does that. We've seen one of the American men doing that start as well. Traditionally, it comes from inline, but what flexibility you need to have your leg open like that and comfortable enough to be able to push off it. But effectively, she's trying to get herself starting in her second stride already.
There's a look at the incident. Bump. Down goes Schulting. Nobody gets disciplined here. So far as I know, there may be, but not in this case. I doubt now they all go get their blades looked at. It's like Wang Ye is just getting a coat on to stay warm, even for those few moments where things get adjusted and things get sorted out.
Wang Yi, the difficulty of starting on that 5th spot, but if anyone can make it happen from there, it could be her.
Wang Ye, still just a teenager as well, doesn't turn 19 until August from Beijing. World junior champion in the 500 and the 1,000. And so if we look at Kim Gilly as one who's doing something now, Wang Ye could be a longtime rival of hers.
That's right. Terrific season she's had.
Another up close look at those boots getting adjusted, the blades getting adjusted rather. And here we go, we will see if it is in fact 3rd time's the charm. We've had a not quite false start, we've had a tumble on the first corner. And here we go with another restart. Bring it back again.
This becomes tough mentally on the skaters. You're having this interaction, it's the same 2 skaters again, a little jostling there between Susanna Schulting and Ariana Fontana, but you don't want to give up mentally. And those are 2 of probably the strongest mental skaters we have out here today. Both world champions. They're not going to let off.
Now it's a matter of just getting in their own head. What must you be thinking now? And it was a whistle, it wasn't a gun, so it doesn't make me think it was another false start, or potential false start. This looks like everybody's gonna line back up again. Interesting.
But we've talked about it time and time again, this start is so critical.
Scrapping their way into that first corner. What's interesting, in terms of world ranking, Wang Ye is 3rd in the overall standings, or world ranking rather. And that is actually a penalization. So a penalty for Susanna Schulting. Looks like could have been for an arm block, the ruling. There it is right there, both of them locking arms. And we are down to 4. This time around, it is Kim Boutin first into the corner, leading Kristen Santos Griswold around.
Great start from Kim Boutin, getting out front early. In the earlier starts, we saw Santos getting out front. but Kim Boutin taking advantage. But Santos back on the inside, using her speed. Kim Boutin's going to want to try to close that gap, tuck up tight, not allow any room in front of her for Fontana to try to make a move.
And they come up to the belt. Kristen Santos Griswold in the lead. She has a bit of a gap on Boutin. Here comes Fontana trying to make it close. Kristen Santos Griswold in the end taking it. Boutin second, Fontana third. And we'll see 42.54. That looks like it may be enough to advance as the third fastest skater. And so in the end, after all that drama, a pretty by-the-books race.
Yeah, tough for Susanna Schulten to go out like that. That's not too common that we see that on the start, call back like that. But Kristen Santos, look at this inside move. Her speed is just incredible right now, throwing down some 8.5s in that race. That is not easy to do.
Santos Griswold did win 5 races on World Cup, 5 gold medals. Only 1 came in the 500.
And this year she really didn't focus on the 500. That might have been one of the few 500s she skated this season in the World Cups. So definitely a capable skater here that we haven't seen too much of on the World Cup circuit from Kristen Santos Griswold.
Confirmation, Santos Griswold, Boutin, Ariana Fontana all advancing.
Ariana Fontana back in the A final. What can you say?
At a big event, she does know when to pick them.
2 years off from international racing and right back to the top.
There is the
Replay.
arm bar that we mentioned. And it was Schulten getting her arm out first because they investigated both of them. We see the listing, they investigated both of them, and in the end it was the arm bar first that got the call.
You got to be aggressive, but sometimes you got to contain it, and it's tough because naturally you want to put up that block, put up that defense.
And we will be back with them for the B and A finals just after we get through the men's 500-meter semifinals. Just like the women, 2 heats. Top 2 skaters moving on, and at most 1 third-place skater. And look at this one. The 2, Lin Xiaojun, Liu Xiaowang, Park Ji-won, Jordan Pierre-Gilles. There he is right there, world rank number 1. And Denis Nikisha of Kazakhstan. Nikisha starting in position 1. And it's Nikisha using that position 1 to his advantage. Pierre-Gilles following him, but just lining up behind him, ready to go.
Jordan Pierre-Gilles, number 1 in the 500 this year, 4 wins to his name. Holding nice in second. And you hold that, Lin Xiaojun nice inside. Whoa, a bit of a bump on that pass. Liu Xiaowang moving up into third.
That knocked a lot of speed out of Pierre-Gilles as he knocked back to 4th, but it's Nikisha right at the moment. Lin Xiaojun making the lead. And it is Lin, Nikisha, and Liu, 1, 2, and 3. There is a review. You mentioned that bump on the pass. They will potentially take a look at another. It does say possible China on Canada. So provisional results, Lin, Nikisha, and Liu, 1, 2, and 3. Park Ji-won, we forgot to mention the Crystal Globe winner.
Yes,
frozen out 4th.
Should be getting a review here of that pass from Lin Xiaojun. He's getting by Jordan Pierre-Gilles here, but he really moves over to the outside, trying to get that speed on his entry.
There's a little slap to the face. That one not getting investigated. That's just part of the race. It's just a reach back there. I don't know if you saw that.
But investigating that inside pass by Lin Xiaojun.
And in our first semi-final, race number 133 is a video review required. So let's wait for the official.
Celebrates for now, but we shall see. And the C already on the ice. The second heat.
So if they're looking for lane change there, that's why we have this blue line in the straightaway. It's a reference point for the referees to see what lane, what path the skaters are on. Otherwise, it's hard to judge where they are on the straightaway. Here it is again. Potential shift from inside to outside by Lin Xiaojun.
Another angle you might see, it might give a better look of whether there was that shift out.
Yeah, if we had a head-on angle, that would make it a little bit easier. but setting up on the outside shoulder of Jordan Pierre-Gilles, cutting to the inside. There we see that a small shift over and making contact.
So you be the judge at home. We will await the official ruling.
Because on the ice are already number 6, European champion, representing Italia, Pietro Sigal. Number 3, Canada,
This one is taking a little bit of extra time. We've had some tough decisions so far to make today.
Olympic champion Wang Daehan Korea. En natuurlijk kan het nog mooier voor Nederland.
They are
Want hij heeft
introducing
al een zilveren medaille gehaald waar jullie allemaal
the
bij
second
waren in
heat.
Rotterdam. Daarom
And it has an Olympic champion. The second heat has an Olympic champion and a world champion.
Some big titles.
And that big roar was for the home nation man right there, Jens van het Wout.
Waiting for a final decision still.
Looks like he's skated over to the announce table, so it could be imminent. They make very tough calls.
You have to have position on the skater that you're passing before you're making any changes of the lane. So they're probably looking at where they are in reference to each other, who had the lead.
And there you have it. They are advancing Jordan Pierre-Gilles. Nobody is penalized, however. Lin Xiaojun and Dennis Nikisha, Lu Xiaowang and Peng Ji-won going to the B final. How often does that happen?
No advancement there. Yeah, that's a difficult. That's not too common that we see that. They definitely saw the contact. They saw that it affected Jordan Pierre-Gilles' race. They're giving him the benefit. World number 1 in the World Cups this year. Looking to make that world number 1 at the World Championships. Jordan Pierre-Gilles.
So no penalty, but there is an advancement and already the second heat on the line.
So that puts time out the window.
All it is top 2. Everybody the first time around into the corner, and it's Dubois out in front. Sigal right behind him.
Steven Dubois just exploded off that start line. Just jumped right out in front of everybody, showing his speed, showing his relaxation at speed too. Wow, what a gap he's put on. Wang Daehan though, tracking down Pietro Sigal, needing to get that second place position. I expect we're gonna see a move for the finish line, setting up out wide.
Steven Dubois has never won a World Championship gold medal. He is on course to go into the A final now, going away. Steven Dubois, it's a race for second. Sigal takes it. Wang Daehan in third.
What an outside move by Wang Daehan, but he couldn't hold that corner going to the finish. He really had that in the bank, but that little slip coming out of the exit made the difference. Pietro Sigal coming back inside.
And Huang saw a little bit of a head shake after the lap. There's a look at Dubois, and you mentioned that start from a cannon.
He just exploded off that line. Look, already that lead. Just skating out away from everybody. And then the race comes down to Wang Daehan and Pietro Sigal. Here's that outside maneuver. Nice execution. He has it into the corner, but on the exit, just losing his balance, cutting on his heels. Pietro Sigal never giving up. What a fighter he is.
Just that close.
And he's defending 500-meter world champion, getting back to that A final. He had struggles yesterday, to be honest. He didn't look like he was in form, but wow, as he turned it around
cometh
for today.
The hour, cometh the man. 8,000th of a second. Heartbreak for Wang Daehan right there. And Pietro Sigal advancing to the A final along with that man, Steven Dubois. And they are going to quickly resurface the ice, and we will be back for final time. Stay with us.
Ja, dankjewel Jan. Hartstikke goed op weg naar de finales, waar natuurlijk van alles te winnen is. Maar zoals ik al eerder heb gezegd, is er jullie ook ontzettend veel te winnen. We hebben straks namelijk een QR-code op het scherm laten zien. En die laten we eerst zien. We gaan naar de Team NL quiz. Met waanzinnige prijzen, waanzinnige prijzen. Waanzinnige prijzen. Dus ben je nog niet ingelogd? Scan de QR-code. Ja, hiervoor gebeurt het al vaak inderdaad. Want ik zal jullie even meenemen door het
moment, lieve vrienden. Ondertussen even een gezellige muziek erbij. Zo. Bijvoorbeeld als je de derde plek wint vandaag, dan ben je een Team NL sweater en een lotenpakket van de Lotto. En staatsloterij en een kraskaart en een powerbank van een video. Hoe leuk is dat? Als je de tweede...
We just witnessed some amazing performances in the semifinals for the 500 meter. The Netherlands has been dominating on the women's side, but there's one athlete in particular that you want to know more about, and Alexandra Velzebauer. So let's take a look at this.
What I love about short track is just you can never know what's going to happen. It's always really full of surprises. You can be physically the best, but you have to race your best. Hi, I'm Alexandra Velzebauer. I'm 22 years old, I'm from the Netherlands, and I'm a short track speed skater. I think in short track you have to perform multiple times in one distance. Sometimes you can have just bad luck, as it is short track. Sometimes on the same day when you can feel really shitty, and then at the end of the day there's a relay final and you win and it feels even better. I think that makes it extra rewarding if you do win. Okay, let's do this. Favorite song before a race? That's a hard one. I actually listen to sort of house music mostly. Because I don't know the lyrics and I don't really know the songs, so that it can't get stuck in my head.
Like, are superstitious a little bit?
Yeah, I have some habits. I put on my right skate before I put on my left skate. Oh yeah, and my, how do you call it, my skate guards. It has a white and a blue side. The white side has to be in front. I'm not really superstitious. Describe the feeling of crossing the line in first place in a major competition. It's really hard to describe this. I think it's sort of indescribable. Yeah, it's just the best feeling. It's why you're training every day and it's always your goal. So you know that's hard to do. So when it happens, it's just the best feeling. My biggest inspiration, I get inspired by many people I'm competing against, people I'm training with. I just try to take my inspiration from everyone and see what I can do with it, thereby sort of improve myself. And yeah, I think that's all really inspiring to me.
What would be your vision of the sports?
I think that's a hard one. I don't know. I would love to see it get more popular everywhere. It's growing. I already think it's cool to see how it has become just a bigger sport compared to when I was young and when I was watching all the competitions.
What do we expect from this World Championship in the Netherlands?
I think there are going to be a lot of people, just such a big stadium, with light effects, a lot of music, just the whole thing around it. Of course, the most important, spectacular races.
Are you seeing yourself with gold medals somehow?
Well, that's my goal, of course.
Aan mijn collega Jan. Aan mijn collega. Ja, oh, daar is hij.
Rustig, rustig.
Dan komt hij in één keer naar voren. Hartstikke goed, Jan. Hartstikke fijn.
Dankjewel, rustig. Ik sta hier natuurlijk niet voor niks, want als ik hier sta, dan heb ik altijd iemand bij. En ik heb voor jullie een hele bijzondere gast meegenomen, Rotterdam. Want hij zette zelf in 2017 hier de hele boel op zijn kop. Hij wordt ook weer op...
But as I said earlier, we are reading the chat. We are watching you if you're live with us on the ISU chat on YouTube. And we found out someone special who's writing and cheering for old teammates. And it is Canadian gold, Olympic gold medalist in the 2010 Olympic Games in the relay. It's François Hamelin qui encourage ses coéquipiers Steven Dubois, Jordan Pierre-Gilles pour la finale du 500 mètres. So he's cheering for his teammates Jordan Pierre-Gilles et Steven Dubois for the final of the 500 meter. Alors merci de ton encouragement. Merci de suivre encore l'équipe canadienne. Thank you for following us. Keep writing us messages. We love reading you. It's really fun to watch everybody having so much fun, entertainment here in Rotterdam. And now we're getting ready to the 500 meter final, men and women. So it's back to you, Tyler and Gavin.
So many storylines in this men's 500, a defending world champion, a World Cup overall winner from the 2022-2023 season, that's Denis Nikisha, the World Cup champion, that's Siegel, the defending world champion, but there are other storylines too. Dubois, Steven Dubois, never won a world champion medal. What are you looking at?
That's right, Steven Dubois is looking to claim that first title of the World Championships. And he's going to have some stiff competition from Lin Jiajun. We haven't seen him too much, but he's a former world champion from 2019. But Steven Dubois, that explosive start in his last 500 meter, his top end speed's right there. But Lin Jiajun, he can pass. You got to watch for him late in the race. He's going to be gunning for that gold medal.
And over on the women's side, we have Sandra Velzebor out to defend her world title, and so far she looks full money for that.
Yeah, she looks in top form right now. Sandra Velzebor, she can have a challenge from her teammate Selma Potsma on that start, but we saw in the semifinals, Sandra Velzebor is fully capable of making that move to the front. So her speed's there, her passing's there. It's going to be an exciting finish of these 500 meters.
And imagine if those two Dutch skaters land on the podium with this crowd we have behind us. This place could erupt if things go their way. It's the women's 500 meter B final, then A final, coming up.
Rotterdam, hij gaat nog 2 jaar door.
Lights.
En waar gaan we naartoe? Jij gaat nog 2 jaar door. Jij komt hier om het soort publiek te vertellen dat je gewoon nog doorgaat. Die ambities zijn er nog altijd. En jij gaat gewoon richting Italië. Want het was natuurlijk niet helemaal jouw seizoen, dit seizoen, zullen we maar zeggen. Maar jij wil nog door. Zo gaan we niet afscheid nemen van Chili Net.
Nee, zeker niet. Ik vind het allemaal nog veel te leuk en ik ben hier ook gewoon om...
And we are just about ready to go for the women's 500 meter finals. Of course, the B final, then the A final. Imagine no shortage of intensity of either of those. 4 skaters contesting the B final. And it is coming up shortly. I imagine they'll dim the lights. They won't get the full A final treatment when they do the introductions, but still special moment in any time, especially in front of this crowd.
Certainly. With the disqualification of Susanna Schulting, we're down to 4 skaters in this B final, but still some great skaters to watch here. 4-time world champion Fan Keijin, Wang Yi, the young Chinese skater making a name for herself this year, Ricky Doak and Julie Latai.
Latai, part of that burgeoning U.S. women's program, which already has 2 strong stalwarts in Kristen Santos Griswold, Corinne Stoddart. Latai would make quite the strong trio indeed. There is Ricky Doak out of the East Coast from Fredericton, New Brunswick, if I'm not mistaken. Now residing with that Quebec-based Canadian short track team. As you mentioned, 2 Chinese skaters as well, including the great Fan Keijin, who's actually last second. We missed it. DNS for Fan Keijin. It's just Wang Yi, Ricky Doak, and Julie Latai.
Down to 3.
Should make it easier to get through that first corner anyway.
Hopefully we will see a clean start here.
We'll give the moment for the introductions.
First starting position for helmet number 15, representing Canada, it's Ricky Doak. Second starting position for helmet number 35, representing China, it's Wang Yi. And on 4th starting position, it's helmet number 15, representing the United States of America, it's Julie Latai.
And with the 3 skaters, everybody is safely through the corner, out of position 1. Once again, Ricky Doak leading the way ahead of the defending World Junior Champion, Wang Yi.
When there's only 3 skaters in the race, you don't have to worry about pressure from behind if you're in 3rd, so it opens you up to kind of play with your track pattern, get a little bit wider, build some speed, and look for an opportunity. So let's watch Julie Latai in the back, see if she can track down an opportunity.
Down to the last lap and a half. Latai closing right up on the back of Wang. Wang is making the move on Doak, and she makes it stick up the inside. Doak trying to reply, as is Latai. 3 through that corner, and it's going to be Wang taking the B final. Little bump there, but Doak and Latai going through a photo.
Nice pass by Wang. Latai seeing that action happening, setting up her move to capitalize on that opportunity.
And it's the World Junior Champion winning the B final. And we are just going to get set up for the A final. I know we have Roselyne Filion down there somewhere. And hopefully we'll get to hear from her and see what it's like down there.
We just finished with the final B, and now the athletes for the final A are getting ready, warmed up, sitting comfortably, getting focused, keep it warm right before athletes' introduction, which is really amazing here with the lights and the music. It's really, really an important moment for these athletes, and it's time to rest, refocus, and really hide a bit from everybody else because we are backstage. Nobody's allowed here except for me sometimes. But yeah, they are getting ready. So in just a few moments, we'll be having the final A.
Quiet it is back there. They know what awaits them. It's a wall of noise. And 10,000 fans packing the Rotterdam Ahoy. And we will let them dim the lights. And it's time for the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the women 500-meter A final. First starting Kirsten Santos Griswold. Second starting position is for helmet number 7, representing Canada, the former world record holder, Kim Boutin. Third starting position is for helmet number 8, defending champion, two-time world 500-meter champion, representing the Netherlands, Nederland, Xandra Velzenboer. Fourth starting position for helmet number 131, representing Italy, Italia, two-time Olympic 500-meter champion, Ariana Fontana. Fifth starting position, it's helmet number 17, bronze medalist in the World's 500 meters of 2023, also representing the Netherlands, Selma Papa.
The laundry list of accomplishments for the women in this field. 5 women, 1 world champion. And you were going to highlight, you always are highlighting Selma Poutsma's start. We'll see what she does all the way out in position 5.
She's going to need it now.
Go to the start.
And it is Boutin fastest through that first corner. Velzenboer is the defending champion. Poutsma's the defending bronze medalist. Already a bump there, but we're off.
Great start from Kim Boutin. She's flying out front right now. Great skating. Area Fontana right in behind, but Velzenboer picking skaters off as we go.
Coming up to a lap and a half to go. It's Kim Boutin. Santos Griswold making a move, trying to get around Fontana. It is Boutin leading the way at the bell. Kim Boutin has an advantage. She is going to bring it around. There's a crash, but it's Kim Boutin taking it to the line. Kim Boutin, world champion.
Amazing race from Kim Boutin. Gets out to the front. Lots of jostling in behind her. She doesn't look back for a second, and she just powers through that race. Amazing after the start. She missed the first half of the season, comes back for the second part of the World Cups, and now world 500-meter champion. Just incredible. What a race.
There are 3 yellow cards in the corner that will be investigated. And as you might expect it for such a pressure-packed race.
So much action, so much passing. We have any of those bumps, it's just the next skaters looking for that opportunity. Velzenboer going up the inside, passing 3 skaters all in one shot there. Fontana Poutsma going down in the entry. Wow, but Kim Boutin, I don't think I saw anything from her. That was a clean skate. And the celebration right there. What a feeling.
I feel I might have tempered things if I felt that there might have been her part of the investigation, but she stayed out of trouble.
She stayed out of trouble from what I saw. Looked like clear racing for her. But the battle for position to get in behind her, just endless.
So we will wait to see how things play out. The replay, there will show every incident here. There's a bump there. Poutsma and Santos Griswold. Looks like one of them has been cleared, but we will wait until everything gets confirmed before we sort of say what happens. Velzenboer, a shrug of the shoulders. There's Fontana going down. falling onto Poutsma.
So much heaven. It's almost unbelievable that can happen in only 4.5 laps.
So reviewing some of the passes from Ariana Fontana there, we're seeing those are under investigation.
Velzebor second over the line, and we'll see how that remains.
A final official result coming up.
The official results, they tell us they're coming up, but this may take a moment or two.
Wow, the excitement of short track racing. That did not disappoint in the action.
And it is confirmation, a penalty to Ariana Fontana. But that means it is as they finished crossing the line. Third place, Kristen Santos Griswolder, second medal of the day. Sandra Velzebor, gold medal last year, silver this year. And Kim Boutin returning after taking a chunk of the season off and is world champion.
World champion Kim Boutin, congratulations.
A breathless A final, on the ice, off the ice. And here is a look at the incidents. Inside skater failing to give way. That is Fontana. What can you say about Ariana Fontana, though? Two-time Olympic champion, hasn't skated this year, making it to the A final. She rises to the moment, and just getting here is a huge accomplishment for her.
That's right, and in that pass there, we're looking at, she didn't have position. She wasn't in the lead of that race. She was still behind the Dutch skater there when they made contact. She didn't have control, hence the penalty.
We are getting lined up for the B final. I'll see, make myself clear if there were any last second scratches. There is not. We will let them be introduced by the folks here in the arena.
This is the B final. Skaters to start. First starting position as for helmet number 100, representing China, notable world champion Lu Xiaowang. Second starting position is for helmet number 1. It's Crystal Gold winner representing Korea. It's Park Ji-won. Third starting position is for helmet number 125, also representing Korea, Olympic and world champion Park Jae-hong. And the fourth starting position is for helmet number 31. He broke history for short track in Turkey, winning a World Cup. It's Furkan Akar, Turkey.
Pretty stacked for a B final. The defending Olympic champion, the defending two-time Crystal Globe winner. And right away, it's Lu Xiaowang in the lead, followed by Park Ji-won.
Lu Xiaowang looking very relaxed out front, but Park Ji-won following. Watch for him in the end here with 2 laps to go coming up. Watch for a move.
Coming up to a lap and a half to go. Here comes Park getting right up on the back as they come up to the belt. Furkan Akar of Turkey wanting to send a statement a little bit, perhaps trying to make a move. Here he comes, trying anyway, but at the moment it is Lu Xiaowang and Park Ji-won, and so pretty normal kind of race there, nothing really that's controversial.
Yeah, the B final, you know, they're not looking to take any risks. They got a lot more racing to go. They got the 1,000 meter tomorrow. They got the relays this afternoon. Probably want to avoid some risk. Smooth skate there.
Great shot of the eyes there, of the focus coming off the line. And pretty much as they came out for the start, how they finished. Not really much of an opportunity to pass. And we did have a did not start. Jens van het Wout. And from the Netherlands, opting at the last moment not to race. And so they are getting set up. There are the results. And once the lights go out, we will leave it down for the introduction. 2 Canadians, a man from Italy, 1 from Kazakhstan, and 1 from China. 5 racers, 500 meters. We've seen a 3-person race. Now we get a 5-person race.
Yeah, I expect the pace to be a little bit different in this final from what we saw in the B final. Likely going to be action-packed again.
We also have Siegel, who's found his way through in defense of his World Championship, but the trowels are back out. Hand me my patching trowel as they make repairs to the ice. There we are. There's how they got here. Lynn, Nikisha, Dubois, Siegel, Pierre-Gilles, 5 skaters, 1 World Championship. Looks like the ice is up to standard. And we await the dramatic introductions.
Making sure the ice conditions are perfect.
Big moment, got to get them right. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the men's 500-meter A final. First starting position for helmet number 20, representing China, it's Lin Xiaojun. Second starting position is for helmet number 11, representing Kazakhstan, it's Denis Nikisha. On third starting position, it's helmet number 3, representing Canada, the Vice World Champion of 2023, Steven Dubois. On fourth starting position, Rotterdam, it's helmet number 6, representing Italy, Italia, defending world champion, Pietro Siegel. And on the fifth starting position, it's helmet number 22, representing Canada, the Asia World Cup 500-meter number 1, it's Jourdan Pierre-Gilles.
Final. We have 1, 2, and 4 from the overall World Cup rankings in the 500. Jourdan Pierre-Gilles, Steven Dubois, Denis Nikisha, Pietro Siegel, the defending world champion. And position 1, Lin Xiaojun of China. That dash to the first corner could mean everything. And everybody comes through unscathed. It is Lynn in front, Dubois getting up into second. Nikisha started position 2, now sitting in third.
Great move by Stephen Dubois to move into second off that start. He started in third, but he swings a little bit too wide. Nikisha jumps on the opportunity inside, but Stephen Dubois is already on the outside looking for another move back. Lin Xiaojun looking nice and calm in front.
Lin Xiaojun in control. Down go the two Canadians. Separate incidents, but it's Lin, it's Nikisha. Here comes Seagal, 3 men coming to the line. Seagal down, Lin takes it.
Lin Xiaojun, Dennis Nikisha are across the line,
There
1 and 2
still hasn't
right
been
now.
a third place finisher.
Jordan
And it's
Pierre-Gilles
Jordan
coming
Pierre-Gilles.
across. The third. Wow. 3 separate falls there.
The two Canadians
look like
went down on their own, I think, in separate incidents.
Yeah.
Seagal goes down at the end, and Pierre-Gilles kept going, and I think gets a bronze medal.
Yeah, Pietro Seagal was stayed down in the mats there. He was so close to the finish. Here's a replay of the start. Stephen Dubois makes a quick move to second. Holding position. But watch, Dubois goes a little bit wide, not on this corner, or following corner right here. Steps out wide to set it up. Nikisha takes advantage of that outside move to jump up inside. Well played by Nikisha. Now we see on the outside, Stephen Dubois trying to get some speed up. And then this corner, Gilles and Dubois go down, no contact there on their own accord. Lin Xiaojun still controlling the race from the front. There's the finish. Lin Xiaojun, world champion. Dennis Nikisha, silver. Jordan Pierre-Gilles taking the third place.
A big celebration from Dennis Nikisha, the World Championship silver medal. He was 4th last year. And there is Dennis Nikisha, who won a World Cup in his home country last season and took that opportunity to propose. He called that the greatest day in his life. I wonder how close this will be. You might not want to answer that question, but Jordan Pierre-Gilles just kept going, and he picks up the bronze medal. I don't think anything got investigated. There are your results. Lin, Nikisha, Pierre-Gilles, and expect the unexpected, and that's what happened.
It's evidence, even if you fall, you don't give up in a race. You don't know what might happen next to the rest of the field.
So another break is coming up. We have to catch our breath. I hope you are at home as well. They're heading into a bit of a pause. They'll resurface, and then it's relay time coming up, women's and men's. Don't go anywhere.
What a series of races there.
So here you have it, your 2 world champions for the 500-meter, Canadian Kim Boutin and China Xiaojun Lin. Incredible race today, and we're going to meet up again in just a few moments for the relay semifinals for the men and women. Oh, okay. Canadian skater Kim Boutein's just been crowned world champion for the 500 meters. She's right next to me. She's coming right away. Kim, congratulations. You had an amazing race, winning from start to finish. What was going through your mind at that moment?
I think for me it was to stay calm. I knew I had a good start, so just controlling the race. I just don't want to disturb the start again. But yeah, I feel I had a good start, so for me it was really to stay calm and then be aware, not giving too much at the beginning, and then building, and then yeah, just stay focused till the end, and I win.
Did you expect taking a break, coming back, choosing World Championships as your first big competition, and then get that title?
No, I didn't expect that at all. I feel for me it was bonus today, so I think I'm pretty happy about what I did, and I'm pretty happy that I chose myself before everything. Yeah.
Congratulations. I think your mom is up there watching.
Yeah.
Waving the flag.
Yeah, I heard you. Good job, Kim.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
A look at one of our world champions, Kim Boutein. Anything can happen, as they say in short track. And I think, Tyler, those two 500-meter finals just proved that.
Yeah, incredible finals we just watched. Kim Boutein skating so strong, taking that early lead, making a little gap, and letting the action play out behind her. We saw pass after pass, contact after contact. Anything happens in those finals. Kim Boutein, world champion. Kristen Santos Griswold picking up a little bit more hardware, and Sandra Velzebor, I'm sure a little bit of disappointment with that silver medal coming in as that reigning world champion.
And then on the men's side, there were spills, there was the unexpected, and then one skater with the presence of mind to keep going and pick up a bronze medal.
Yeah, a whole different final the way that played out. Lin Jiaojun of China taking that early lead, looking controlled, looking relaxed, and then we see 3 falls without contact. Not, very typical that we see that in the A final at this level, but it happens. Jordan Pierre-Gilles capitalizing on getting up, taking that bronze medal, and Dennis Nikisha, that silver medal for him. Love the way that he celebrated that.
And now once this nightclub clears out behind us, there are still some skaters still out there to compete. It's relay time.
It's relay time.
And who do we have to set up for this one? Who are we watching for after a long season?
That's right. And the relay, we're going to be watching for exchanges. We'll probably say that time and time again. What's so important about the exchanges, a team that may not look on paper as the strongest, if they have a good team together, they work together, they make those clean exchanges, that makes all the difference.
Let's take joys of celebrating with teammates is the big difference in relays. The agony of defeat, but then you see those joyous celebrations of teams embracing victory.
That's right, and the difficult thing in the relay too is if your team struggles, you're the individual who had the infraction or the fall, you take that on your shoulders. It's so tough, but you want to see those guys work together and played exchanges.
And you're looking at some of the race action that we just saw in the 500 meters. And there is also the mixed relay still to come tomorrow. Perhaps a bit unexpected. Korea did not advance in yesterday's rounds.
Yeah, very surprising. What a strong team they have here, so that came as a bit of a shock.
Again, reinforcing that anything can happen mantra. So we're just getting ready for the women's 3,000 meter relay. Getting back to action in just a few minutes, 27 laps. There will be 2 semifinal heats. And the skaters coming back out onto the ice. How it goes, 2 heats. Both have 4 teams on board. It's going to be a very full ice rink first and second place teams from each qualify for the A final. The third and fourth go to the B final. Very straightforward, no third place, no times to worry about. Just come top two, and you will go to the finals tomorrow. Look at number one, Canada, the United States, Italy, and Japan. Is Kim Boutin, the newly crowned 500-meter world champion, now trying to help her team back to an A final in the women's relay. Canada took the first World Cup in Montreal. There were 2 World Cup weekends in Montreal this season. The Netherlands won the second one. The Netherlands went on to win in Beijing, and then they won in Seoul, and then they won in Dresden, and then they won in Poland. And so in the 3,000 meter relay, Netherlands, of course, winning the World Cup standings. Korea came in second and Canada in third.
And one more time, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. On first starting
We'll
position.
go through the lineups. Once the race gets going, we'll have a little more time than in a 500-meter race. A lot more tactics as well. And on the line for Canada, it's Renee Stinge. For Italy, or sorry, the USA rather, as Corinne Stoddard, pardon me. And it's Ariana Siegel for Italy. And Japan starts with Kane Rika. Stinge staring right down the rink there, but then you look next to her, and Corinne started for the United States, almost looking to the side. There's again those different starts that you like to mention.
Yeah, and it's something that you might be trained from a young age. A lot of coaches tell you to look at where you want to go, and that might be what Stinge is doing there.
I'm just going through the rosters. Canada has Courtney Sarrault, Kim Boutin, Danae Blais, and Renee Stinge. The U.S. has Kristen Griswold, Corinne Stoddard, Julie Latai, and Eunice Lee. Italy, Ariana Siegel, Elisa Confortola, Chiara Betti, and Ariana Fontana. And Japan has Kurokawa Ki, Nakashima Mide, Kanae Rika, and Kikuchi Sumide. And at the moment, Canada in front, and it's about a lap and a half, if I'm not mistaken, for the most part up between these exchanges.
That's right. Typically on the girls' relay, we see them start with 1 lap, and then they transition to lap and a half exchanges until the final exchange, which will be generally your strongest skaters finishing with 2 laps. So that's where you have that second gun in the race.
There will be a gun with just a couple laps to go, indicating that teams will have 1 final exchange allowed. And if there is a crash, of course, you can continue your teammate. That's why there's a teammate skating on the inside that can tag up. But that is the best exchange, and we'll see it too. Set it up, Tyler, if someone sees an opening, and sometimes they make the exchange to make the pass.
Yeah, that's right. They use it. If you have someone on your team who's very strong at pushing and making that exchange, they're going to help push you in that direction of that pass or that doorway that they see open in front of you. Try to make that easy move. A little bit simpler sometimes to do that than to try to set up a pass. Especially in the exchanges here, when you see passes happening right before an exchange, that's when we get that chaos happening in a race.
And it is still the Canadians in front. They've led from the gun. Stinge is on the ice. U.S. also with the likes of Stoddard and Santos Griswold often racing in the mixed relay. It's a busy weekend for Kristen Santos Griswold. But these team events are always that little bit of extra special when you have a teammate to celebrate with. And it's Italy making the move.
One thing too, if you're watching the relay, if you're the team in front, second, third, fourth, you have to make way for the teams behind you. You can't just exit tight to the blocks and try to screw up your competitors behind you by not allowing them any room to make an exchange. But a nice inside pass from Kim Boutin there, well set up.
Perhaps a little extra wind in her sails at the moment, but there is an incident and down goes Italy.
Nice tag up, quick tag up from Italy there. Nice exchange. They're back into the race, but they got some ground to pick up.
And it's the Canadians and the Americans leading at the moment. There will be a review. You do see that yellow card in the corner.
So some contact between Stinge and the Italian skater there on the entry of the turn. Have to look back at that later.
And it looks like the Italian team is the one being investigated. But we will come back to that at the appropriate time. There is enough time that it might be cleared or a result determined anyway. Some of the officials off the ice. Stoddart giving way to Boutin. And it's the battle of Italy and Japan skating together for third. Never say never. That's why they keep going. Right now, at the moment, it's the North Americans in front with just a couple laps to go.
When you have this much of a lead between the two teams and it's 2+0 advancement or 2+1, they're not in a big threat of having to make a move. You're just going to control it, stay on your feet, and bring it home to the finish.
There was that gun, and there is the final exchange. And it's Santos Griswold in for the United States. And for Canada, finishing things off, it's Dane Blais. And there's the bell. And it's the US. And Canada moving on. You see the green card in the corner. That means the issue has been cleared. And doesn't look like there will be any supplemental discipline there.
No call.
That's short track, as they say.
We'll likely see a replay of that incident coming up here. Here's the exchange, Stinge out front. They do have the lead though as she goes in the corner. The Italian skater coming up on her inside, just bumping her out. Italian skater losing her footing, going down there.
But there's so far no movements.
So we see Stinge still has her shoulders in front, giving her the lead.
So the bronze medalists from a year ago moving on. The Canadians, as are the United States. There you have it, confirmation. USA winning, Canada second, both of them moving on to the A final tomorrow. And Italy and Japan moving on to the B final.
And tomorrow in the A final for the medals, it's Canada on 2 and winners United States.
Second heat already out on the ice. The defending world champions, defending World Cup champions. They lost just once on World Cup this season. The Netherlands, China, Korea, who were silver medalists from last year. Last year's World Championships were in Seoul. And then Hungary getting into this race. Look at the Dutch. A lot of horsepower. There's Schulting and Velzebor.
Als Europees kampioenen, als wereldkampioenen, als Olympisch kampioenen. Hier zijn Suzanne Schulting, Sandra Velzoer, Jana van Kerkhoff en Selma Bosma.
Big ovation from the Dutch fans. Schulting, not her most successful day. She's hoping she and her teammates can pick themselves up and carry things over to end the day on a high note. And she will start lead off for the Netherlands.
Go to the start.
Cleanly away. And just to go through the lineups, it's Schulting, Sander Velzebor, Jarovan Kirchhoff, the veteran, and Selma Postma. China has Gong Li, Wang Shenran, and Wang Ye, and Fan Keshin. Korea has Kim Gilly, Shim Soki, Lee So-yun, and Park Ji-won. Hungary has Petra Yashapati, Rebecca Shilice Nemeth, Zofia Konya, and Maya Dora Somodi. So if you're the Dutch, unfamiliar with losing this season, apart from the first race of the season, is this job one? Stay in front, avoid the danger?
Yeah, the Dutch, we typically see them race the relay from the front, try to control it, stay clear, clearing exchanges. It's easier to exchange when you have that lead because you're not sandwiched by two other skaters around you. So having that advantage out front makes it a little bit easier to get a clean pass off to your teammate.
All clean at the moment. It's Schulting leading the way. And that metallic orange helmet gives way to Sandra Velzeboer. Not bad exchange when you have that much horsepower on the front.
Pretty strong duo there.
Nobody really deciding to make any moves. Still the Dutch in front. That is Yara van Kerkhoff. Did not advance in her individual events, but she's been around. She has an Olympic medal to her name. As Yara van Kerkhoff really is something of a relay specialist as well.
She started her senior career on the circuit in 2011, so she's got some experience under her belt.
And Yara van Kerkhoff, it was a 2018 silver medal in Pyeongchang, and what's interesting is that, to my knowledge, she has no World Cup medals individually, does Yara van Kerkhoff, but she has an individual Olympic medal. And then all sorts of hardware from relays. And the Dutch have been racking up the wins this season. Velzeboer on the front right now. And it's Kim just finishing her shift.
These four teams still tight together. Nice inside move by the Chinese team here. I think we have an exciting finish in store for this relay semi-final.
Important relay exchange there. Everybody in close quarters, everybody coming through just fine. Now it's Hungary making a move, taking a look for third, speculative a little bit. Selma Poutsma.
The Dutch continuing to do what they do best, taking it right from the front, even a little gap opening up here.
Staying away from the drama is the mantra. And they're doing just that. China up into second with Gong Li. It's interesting, China has a bronze medal on World Cup just once. It is Yara van Kerkhoff well out in front. Inside the final 6 laps, not far away. You'll hear that second gun indicating one more exchange. And Hungary losing contact a little bit now. Poutsma leading the way. With that much speed up front, not really inviting any challenges. Close on the exchange there. Is that going to be as close as they get? Schulting, there's the gun. One more exchange. Well, Schulting goes way out wide, but has an advantage. Here comes the final exchange. It's Velzeboer to finish things off. Gong Li for China, and Korea up into second. And here comes Hungary as well. It's 3 into the corner. It's Velzeboer we know, well out in front at the bell. Hungary pushing for second. Here they come to the line. It looks like Korea, Kim Gilly will hold off the challenge. A valiant effort from Hungary there to make it close. But it's about as he expected.
Great effort from them trying to make a push at the finish, but Kim Gilly just holding her position there, getting a little bumped action there, but holding her track, making that completed on the outside to take that to second.
Arm in arm, the Dutch skaters. Poutsma has fallen today. Schulting was also suffered a penalization, but team coming together. Good team spirit there from the Dutch women. And they take the cheers of a home nation. They go around arm in arm. We will see them trying to convert that dominance on World Cup into a World Championship gold medal, a title defense. Schulting giving way to Velzeboer here. And this was the battle for second. Very close in the end. That was Maya Dorasomodi challenging Kim Gilly. But Kim shutting the door. And there will be no flood of the ice. And then they'll come out for the 5,000 meter relay. A little bit of wear and tear on that surface after a couple of relays.
Yeah, you got to watch that in the men's relay. 45 laps, fairly high speed. It's going to be a lot of damage to the ice. When we're we're watching in those final laps, we can see if those skaters are trying to adjust their track pattern to look for fresh ice. If the ice is getting rutted in the same spot in the corner over and over again, they're going to look to maybe cut across that. So they may enter wider, cut across to the inside to get across the ruts, avoid any issues there.
Confirmation of who is going into which final. A and B tomorrow.
Let's welcome on the ice,
The Dutch women know where they're going.
On the first starting position, it's Team Korea. On the second starting position, it's Team Canada, the Olympic champions. On third starting position, the defending champions of China.
They're used to this, though. We talk about how the ice is a little bit more worn after the two women's relays, but this is always how it goes in World Cup. The end of the day is always the men's 5,000 meter relay, so they're used to skating in conditions like this. It's Korea, Canada, China, and Japan. Just going through the lineups here. Korea has Park Ji-won, Kim Gun-woo, Lee Jung-min, and Seo Yi-ra. Canada has Steven Dubois, Pascal Dion, Jordan Pierre-Gilles, and William Dongenu. China has Lin Xiaojun, and then the Liu brothers, Xiao Wang, and Xiaolin, and Sun Long. And Japan has Miyata Shogo, Yoshinaka Kazuki, Hayashi Kosei, and Yokoyama Hiroki. And often these races, they do not go like a bat out of hell off the start.
Well, it's a long race, a lot of laps to be done, so not too much incentive to take it right from the gun. Quite the stacked semi we have here. We got the 1, 2, 3, 4 World Cup ranked teams, top 4 teams from the World Cups this year, all in the semi-final.
And this year, on World Cup, it was the Canadians winning things, Korea in second, China in third, as you mentioned. Stacked field, and this was how it went on World Cup this season. There were 2 in Montreal, Canada winning 1, China the other. Then they moved to Beijing, and Canada returning to the top of the podium. And in Seoul, China returned to the top of the podium. And then the last 2 in Dresden and in Gdansk, it was South Korea and Canada winning gold there. So on anyone's day, we have the 3 winners of World Cup races this season on the line here. And Japan maybe looking to upset the apple cart a little bit as the team that maybe nobody's talking about, because you never ever know. And at the moment, we are waiting for that spark. What usually lights the match in a relay?
Usually it's a quick move from one of the teams in the back to the lead, put a little gap, then the pack reacts, want to close that up, and then the pace just starts to roll from there. We might be a few laps away from that still 33 laps to go here.
The chess match unfolds for the moment. Similar sort of situation here as the women. We have seen it a few times, though, some teams deciding to exchange on the opposite half lap from the rest of the team.
Yeah, sometimes we'll see teams mix up their exchanges. If you're in the front, that can be a good tool to kind of throw off your competitors behind you. But if you get that off exchange or off pattern exchange from the other teams and you're not in the lead, it can be very difficult to get out and make your exchange. So you got to watch, you got to be careful if you utilize that strategy.
And right now it's still the Canadians in front. It is Pascal Dion leading the way, and he will exchange in William Dongenu, who short trackers are not often the tallest skaters. You talk about center of gravity and keeping that low. Dongenu is a tall guy.
He is a very tall guy. It's very difficult when you're that big in short track. You got a higher center of mass on the turns. It's harder to slip into small spaces, but Dongenu does an incredible job of skating.
And unique in a way here, short track. We up on the fan level here. It's not a surprise to see a short track or someone competing going through their warm-ups, going for a jog. And you just sort of double take and go, oh, okay, there's so-and-so. Yesterday we had one of the Liu brothers go by us, and it was one of those, oh, there they are moments.
Really cool to see at these World Championships that there's possible interaction with the skaters right on the fan level, jogging, walking right by each other.
Everyone line astern at the moment.
Let's keep a close eye on this pace here.
Looks like it's inching up.
Lap times have dropped down. They were at 10.0s at one point. Now we're at 9.2s. They're picking up the pace.
It almost seems the lower they are on the ice, the more serious it is. Pierre-Gilles makes the move into second. Right now, though, leading the way, it is Korea's Seo Yi-ra, I believe, giving way to Park Ji-won. Park, I believe, was rested for the mixed relay yesterday. A little bit of extra opportunity.
That's right.
And then in the end, of course, we see Korea did not qualify.
Yeah.
But we do know that it's such a deep Korean program that it just maybe wasn't their day in the end.
They got a lot of options to work with. The relay can often look like chaos, but to the skaters, it's just a natural flow. They understand relays are often used in training. They're practicing these all the time.
It's Don Janu leading Kim Gun-woo. And another clean exchange as China. You see there was a move to go up into second for China. Liu Shaolin goes up into second. Right behind Pierre-Gilles.
8.5 on that last lap. We're really dropping it down now. We can see these skaters getting to the low 8s. That's getting pretty quick.
Little gap starting to develop. The elastic stretching just that little bit. Dubois goes to Dion. Canada still out in front.
Quick acceleration from Pascal Dion, going to that wide speed track, throwing those big crossovers out. Now the race is really on here.
And it's Donjanu taking the lead. Look up the inside, and he makes it stick. A little slip.
Slips on the exit.
And that opened the door. Pierre-Gilles gets Canada back in front. And it is Seo Yi-ra for Korea in second. China did lose a little bit, but they are still right there.
This is when we see the ice conditions start to suffer.
And they're looking for those tracks, as you mentioned, looking for that right line that maybe not be as rutted as much.
Want to find clean ice.
And it's now China right back up there again. Will they try to make another move? Maybe a look up the inside by Sun Long.
You can see it's right after the apex block where that track really gets rutted, because that's where the most turning is happening on the track, and the ice deteriorates right there. 3 to go.
There is the gun, and it's Korea up into second, and a collision with the Canadian side. That, of course, will be reviewed. It's China leading the way. Down goes Japan as well. And here you're going to see a tag up as two skaters went down for Japan. The one exchanging and the one taking the exchange. And so it's chaos.
You got to watch those exchanges. You can't let your feet get too wide. If you trip up the skater behind you making an exchange because your feet are too wide, that could be a penalty in that itself.
And so China picked the right moment to go in front. Canada leading for so long. And there will be those two incidents getting looked at. The collision between the Canadians and the Koreans, and the Japanese, and I believe the Canadians as well.
We're going to want to see a review on that exchange, as well as the pass on the Koreans trying to make on the Canadian team. A lot unfolding those last 2 laps.
Here is the incident, maybe not. So the world champions anyway, from China.
Liu Shaoang there, slipping on the exit.
Just look at the close quarters these guys are in.
Incredible ability from Jordan Pierre-Gilles to stay on his feet there. Here's the exchange. Let's watch the feet of Jordan Pierre-Gilles. They get a little bit wide.
There is the
trips
trip
up
there.
Hayashi there. We'll have to wait for the official review on that.
So we will see if that short track applies to any of those situations. A lot to dissect, a lot to analyze. And in the first investigation, it's looking like they are investigating a potential fault for Canada in that case, in the collision with the Korean skater, Seo Yi-ra.
You got to be clean on those exchanges. You got to watch your positioning. There's a team behind you. You got to ensure that you're not interfering with their race either. We might be seeing a little bit of that.
So let's introduce the participating countries.
And there is a look at what's being reviewed here. Now, who's in front in this case?
Potential arm block by Canada there on Korea.
The Canadians finished 4th at the Worlds last year.
Kazakhstan. That's how we do it. With the historical
We'll see what the call is. As we always do. We watch with bated breath. The Canadians certainly are.
Dan zien we daar een hele mooie vlag. Dan zien we het
Three of these skaters finished in 4th last year
En daar zitten we
in Seoul.
bijna op de derde startpositie. Laat je maar horen, Rotterdam voor België.
Does look like China is in the clear to the A final, however.
Where are the red and white flags? Witamy Polska. Where are my Polish short track friends? Because on second starting position in the second semi-final. Please welcome Team Poland, Polska.
And they're already announcing the second heat. And I'll run through the teams. I'll get through the rosters once the race starts. There's the Netherlands, Poland, Belgium, and Kazakhstan.
Hier op startpositie 1 staan. Dat zijn natuurlijk onze mannen. 7-voudig wereldkampioen is Nederland. En nu de regerend Europees kampioenen. Want ze staan op het ijs Rotterdam. En ze gaan het doen voor ons. Ze gaan het doen voor jullie. Ze gaan het doen voor Nederland. Jens van het Woud, Friso Emmons, Itzhak de Laat en Teun Boer. Welkom Nederland!
They are still dissecting. It looks like the final results and decisions are being punched in. How it works, there's sort of one table for the review, and then our official skates down to the other table where the results are made official.
But first we have to announce the official result of the first semi-final.
They are officially still pending. And there we might have it. And a yellow card has been issued to Canada. Japan still goes to the B final, and it's Korea and China moving on to the A final.
So 2 infractions to Canada there, arm block on the Korean team, and then later the leg block on the exchange.
And that's where the yellow card is for the dangerous skating there. And there is confirmation.
And here it is. You can see it on a big screen. The yellow card.
Yellow card is something we occasionally see. It's sort of a cumulative thing, or if it's a number of those infractions, then there's some potential issues. And here is the first one. But the yellow card is for 2 penalties in a single race. Pardon me.
So here we're seeing the arm block.
The yellow card was for 2 penalties in a single race.
And the second one on the exchange, as you mentioned.
Leg block here.
And there you have it. We always say expect chaos, and it's always possible. So many skaters on the ice. And there is the start list. I just read that a moment
So
ago.
one more time, we just heard a whistle. It's Kazakhstan, it's België, it's Poland. Dan de eerste startpositie nog 1 keertje Rotterdam. Wat een tactisch even terug van Ahoy. Voor team
So Amon. The Vet fans have their moment, cheering on their own. So on the line, it's Toon Boer starting for the Netherlands, the teammates Jens van het Woud, Friso Emmons, Itzhak de Laat, and as I mentioned, Toon Boer. Poland is made up of DNA Soulier, Łukasz Kuczynski, Michał Nowinski, and Felix Pigeon. Belgium has Stan de Smet, Ward Petre, Wada van Dam, and Adrian de Wachteren. And Kazakhstan has Denis Nikisha, Adil Galiakhmetov, Nurtalek Kajgali, and Mirsaid Zaksabayev.
Silver medalists, number 11.
And Poland has a lot of sprint power in this race. How does something like that convert to a relay?
They do. They got a lot of sprint specialists on their team, but they used it well yesterday in the quarterfinals. Bit quicker pace to the start of this relay from the last one. Dutch team again likely to take the lead, make those clean exchanges out front.
And I'm sure the Dutch fans are enjoying every lap that they can in front. They are carried around the ice by the fans here who are letting the race settle in a little bit. We are down to 38 laps to go, but they will really start ticking by. Right now, they're almost just under 10 seconds, which in short track is an eternity. Still sizing things up. It's interesting. A lot of these guys we do see on World Cup and individual events, but they haven't really seen the action here this weekend, and they're really here for the relay as relay specialists of sorts.
Yeah, certainly. You got to field that full team of 4 skaters. For the smaller countries, that tends to be a little bit more difficult. They may not always individually be there, but as a team, they can compete.
Belgium does have a full roster here, but I know there have been a few World Cups this year where it's been the de Smet sister and brother combination and 2 others. And so when you're trying to determine, okay, who's going in that mixed relay, it kind of sorts itself out. Little squeal of the blades there. More of a pack at the moment. Now they straighten things out. And it's de Smet jumping in front. Always has that arrow on his helmet. Always going forward. I know that the Smets they've trained in the Netherlands. They've done some training in Canada as well. And you talk about those smaller nations, quote unquote, in the world of short track. And they almost attach themselves to other venues because they might not have the facilities at home.
Yeah, you often have to look for training centers which have the facilities to allow you to train the way you need to. And not every country has that available to them, so they look for other countries where they can do their training, find coaching, find training partners. So that's very common to see.
And it is interesting to note that other countries do say, yeah, come on and train with us. It's a welcoming kind of environment.
Yeah, you want to have quality training partners. So if you have skaters from other countries that can really boost the level of your training, short track, you just always have to be skating at such a high level together, and you learn from each other. It's a great tool to have great training partners.
I sort of look at a good example. There's one entrant from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Tarek Omaragic, and for a time he was training in France. With that French team, they have their setup right near the border with Spain in the Catalonia region. And and there's a crash. And there's a tag up for Kazakhstan, and I think that might have been self-inflicted, but it is under review.
Looked like he lost an edge there. Got twisted up on the exit of that corner. They've tagged up and they're going to try to do everything they can to get back in the race. But when you see that happen, and you want to take advantage of that team falling behind, so your team, you'll usually pick up the pace. And now we're 20 laps to go, and they've conserved their energy. They've rested their legs in these early laps, and now they're ready to go.
And it is about a half a lap advantage. Kazakhstan is doing all they can to chase it down. And the other teams, they sense that, as you pointed out, and looks like it has been cleared. You see the green card in the corner of the screen. That means we are all back to full racing. Kazakhstan, I think they're making inroads a little bit, but this is tiring them out. And the other teams knew to push the tempo and really try to drop them.
That's a lot of distance to make up. You also have to watch out for the skaters gliding around after their exchanges, so they tend to get in your way a little bit. We see it again right here.
Kazakhstan, they did win a World Cup bronze medal to start the year in Montreal, and that was one of only a handful of medals won by that side. And so there is the pedigree. They do have the team, and it's still working. They are still closing. It's Nikisha right now closing things down, and I think they've settled back into a groove at the front, and they are not pushing it as much.
The Dutch men still controlling this relay right from the front. Very similar to what we saw from the women.
And will they sense that a catch is possible and put the tempo back up? There is an increase. It's Zach Galat leading the way for the Netherlands, and they are flooring it. And this may be the moment that the elastic finally snaps for Kazakhstan. They are still pushing. Kudos to them. And there is another incident. Belgium goes down. I was looking somewhere else.
Yeah, lost footing on the entry. The Belgian team's down. Now we just got two teams together.
Belgium going a lap down. And so we will see what may happen there. Kazakhstan is still pushing. And if they find themselves in the right position, you never know with it. They could be finding themselves second and advancing if someone gets penalized, but I will let that get taken care of by those who take care of that sort of thing.
Again, with two teams really in control of this relay, they don't have to give quite the same intensity. They're already in a qualifying position.
And it looks like Kazakhstan isn't pushing as hard as they were, maybe consolidating and not wanting to say, let's not burn ourselves out with a day's left races still to come.
Great job from the Polish team, staying right there, capitalizing on a slip to move to the lead. Nowinski, so strong, crossovers all the way around there.
One of those powerful sprinters, Felix Pigeon, the Canadian-born skater now competing for Poland, leading things around at the bell right on his shoulder. Jens van het Woud, he's gonna try to make a move, trying to go around the outside. Pigeon defends, van het Woud takes it on the inside. And the Netherlands provisionally.
What a clean inside pass to finish. Set that up beautifully, hooking in tight, making it look easy at the finish line.
And the yellow card still not sorted there in the corner of your screen, the little yellow marker. Possible look at Poland for not clearing enough of the track. That was when Belgium found themselves going into the boards, and so we will wait and see the confirmation of the results. We'll get a look here at the replay as well. Tyler, guide us through.
Maar jullie kunnen het wel laten horen voor de magistrale finish. En waarschijnlijk een avond.
Watch the Kazakhstan skater steps on the block there. That's what causes his fall. Now let's watch the Belgian skater here. Oh, a little bit of an outside to in maneuver there by the Belgian skater.
There's the incident.
Smith got tripped up after the exchange there. That's what we're seeing.
That's why it's possibly not clearing enough of the track.
Possible leg block, but we'll see what the referees see.
I mean, we were watching the skaters in front, so the incident happened behind.
That's right.
But still, there's a video review required for the official results. And once again, we hope you stay with us and honor the top 3 medalists of the ITU World Short Track Championship.
Still that yellow mark.
We zijn ruim voor 6 waar iedereen kan op tijd
Next to
eten.
the name. Next to the video review, rather.
Onze 2 medaillewinnaars zijn oranje.
The Polish skater may not have cleared the track after his exchange, so that's what we're investigating right now. Looking to see if there will be any penalties for that.
The Netherlands, though, looking good to advance. Imagine if they do the double at home. I can only imagine what the crowd will be like here tomorrow at the Rotterdam Ahoy. And if the Dutch skaters can do that.
We zien ze op het grote scherm weg onderweg voor onze zuidenburen. Maar we zijn er trots op ze en we leven met ze mee.
Tomorrow,
We zijn bijna in België.
as they always do, the program ends with the mixed relay, and then we'll have one of our pump-up music acts that you've heard behind us today, followed by the men's and women's relay finals. Always ending on these exciting notes. And it looks like they've moved down the track, and so we should be having a result here. There is a penalty to Belgium.
Penalty, missed relay touch for team
Missed
Belgium.
relay touch,
B
apparently.
final for Kazakhstan.
And so it's Kazakhstan to the B final, Netherlands and Poland with a chance to skate for gold. There is confirmation. And so we will be back in just a couple minutes to sign things off from day one in Rotterdam.
What an incredible day of competition here in Rotterdam, guys. That was absolutely impressive. What are your thoughts on, let's start with the men's 1,000 meter a little bit earlier today.
The 1,500 meter for the men was just fantastic.
1,500 meters,
Yes.
sorry, yes. I'm all confused, so many distances.
Yeah, Sun Long of China taking the win in the 1,500 meter. And then on the women's side, Kim Gilly showing why she's the 1,500 meter World Cup champion this season. Just fantastic.
Yeah, it was amazing. And for you, your thoughts on the events that you saw today?
Well, my point, I try to get enthusiasm, and there has been nothing better than from this crowd right here. They pick us up, and it's hard not to get carried away. It has been fantastic. You come to expect it from a Dutch crowd with this sport. You would think more towards the long track side of things, but they have really taken to short track, and they're just bringing that enthusiasm, and it is carrying us.
A little bit of drama in the events, a lot of restarts, penalties, disqualification. What's going through the athlete's mind when so many things like that happen during a World Championships?
World Championship title on the line, you're willing to do anything to get to that front and get that podium. So we saw some incredible racing, a lot of action in the women's 500, but Kim Boutin of Canada coming out on top, taking that World Championship title, and Kristen Santos Griswold collecting another medal. Very exciting racing to watch there.
What can we expect tomorrow? It started so well today, and we have another day of competition tomorrow, so what can we expect?
This, essentially. And what's so exciting is that we have the two Dutch men's and women's teams advancing. The relays end the competition. And in terms of just atmosphere, and in terms of the story, imagine just if it's two hometown teams coming away with relay gold. It's just shaping up to be an exciting day for the neutral, for people who have bias or a particular affiliation to a country. Just so many possible storylines still to come. We saw Brendan Corey from Australia winning. More of that, the unexpected, the hometown crowd, just so much to look forward to.
We are crowning world champions in a few moments with the podium from the 1500, the 500 meter as well. So we just hope you join us tomorrow for some more speed skating, short track at the World Championships here in Rotterdam. So let's enjoy the medals here in just a few seconds.
Dus even kijken hoe het is met de stemmen. Haal even die ballen. Eén Amsterdammer is toch wel toegestaan in Rotterdam. Daar komt hij. we zijn natuurlijk internationaal. Dat u blijft zitten, dames en heren. Fantastisch. De echte shorttrack liefhebbers blijven bij ons. Oh. Dat wordt nog een mooi feest zometeen. En ik heb goed nieuws, dames en heren. Ik krijg te horen dat we bijna zover zijn, dus dat is mooi. Het is wel een klein beetje donker, dus kunt u misschien een beetje bijlichten met de lampjes. Misschien is dat wel aardig. En we gaan over naar de ceremonie, dames en heren. Aandacht voor het podium. We gaan langzaam, nou ja, snel, lekker huldigen.
Gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the ISU Women World Short Track Speed Skating Championships 1500 meters 2024. And the medals will be presented by the ISU President, Mr. Jae-Yul Kim. Flowers will be presented by Ms. Connie Helder, Minister of Health, Welfare and Sport, accompanied by our Chief Referee, Mr. Peter Worth. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our top 3 athletes. And also we welcome to the young talents of the ex-sportvereniging Alblasseraad. Here are our top 3 medalists. In 3rd place, winner of the bronze medal, representing the United States of America, Corinne Stoddard.
In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing the United States of America, Kristen Santos Griswold. First place, winner of the gold medal, and ISU Women World Short Track Speed Skating Champion 1500 meters 2024. Representing the Republic of Korea, Kim Gilly. World Champion, Kim Gilly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if possible, please rise for the national anthem of the Republic of Korea. medal ceremony for the ISU World Short Track Speed Skating Championships, 1500 meters men, 2024. The medals again will be presented by the ISU president, Mr. J. Kim. Flowers will be presented by Ms. Connie Heller, Minister of Health, Welfare and Sport, accompanied by our chief referee, Mr. Peter Worth. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our top 3 medalists. Here they are, Rotterdam. Gold, silver, and bronze 1500-meter medalists. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia, Rotterdam. Second place and winner of the silver medal, representing the Netherlands, yes, And now, ladies and gentlemen, again we will kindly ask you if possible, please rise for the national anthem of China. Canada. Gentlemen, this is the medal ceremony for the ISU World Short Track Speed Championships 500 meters men 2024. For the final time, the medals will be presented by our ISU president, Mr. J. Kim. The flowers will be presented by Ms. Connie Helder, the Minister of Health, Welfare and Sport, accompanied by our chief referee, Mr. Peter Worth. And we will open our podium gate. Let's welcome our three medalists. Rotterdam, let us hear you. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Canada, Jean-Pierre Gilles. champion, Lin Xiaoju. And now Rotterdam for the final time today. I will one more time ask you kindly to please, if possible, stand up for the national anthem of China. World champion Lin Xiaoju, silver ladies Nikisha, bronze Jean-Pierre. Jean-Pierre, ladies Nikisha, world champion Lin Xiaoju.